Please rise. I please pronounce the judgment on the broadcast across the society. Thank you. See, please.
It was working.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You have been summoned here today to be a group in which a jury will be selected to try a criminal case involving two defendants. The case is State of Ohio versus Wesley Howard, State of Ohio for a person. Now, make sure that all of you have your cell phones turned off. Any disruptions during the proceedings, and that being not disordered silent, but advisory to the job, because unfortunately, one of those years that some alerts do come through, even when they're silent. Now, the court will ask at this time that the various persons that are called introduce themselves and start with the state. Being represented by the prosecutor's office.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Annika Collins. I'm a Highland County prosecuting attorney. With me this morning is Assistant Prosecutor Adam King and the investigator Randy Sanders from the Highland County Prosecutor's Office. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Brandon Moore, defense attorney for Wesley Howard.
Bill Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen, representing Chris Hertzler.
And Jake Wagner, attorney for Middleborough. I'm also representing Chris Hertzler.
All right, thank you. Counsel. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the defendants have been charged in a 14-count indictment. Charges them with engagement in pattern drug activity, aggravated trafficking of methamphetamine, and aggravated possession of methamphetamine. And then there's a forfeiture indictment, count 14, that applies only to Chicago. Now, the defendants have entered pleas of not guilty to these charges, and an indictment does not have this of crime. The fact that a defendant has been indicted cannot be considered as evidence in any way in any crime proceeding. An indictment is simply a mechanism by which a person is informed of what the charge is against them that they must defend themselves against the proceedings. It is not evidence. Now, we're fully aware that all of you are here today not as volunteers. Somebody wakes up and wants to know over the courthouse and see my name on the jury. We ration, and we understand that. And so everything that we're doing in this proceeding is designed to try to make sure that this case goes as expeditiously as possible with disruption, so that all of you can get back to your regular activities once the service is complete. But the jury system is a foundation of the American system of justice. It was incorporated into the Bill of Rights, and one of the most important rights that we have in this country. And in fact, in most of the countries in this world, citizens do not have the right to have a trial by a jury of their peers. And so, as you are asked to vary your normal activities and take time from your schedules to serve your community, I hope to look at it in that view as an opportunity to fill a duty of citizenship to perpetuate what's really important constitutional right that all citizens of this country enjoy. Now, we have kind of separated you out. Normally, we would have everybody seated back here, but again, because of COVID, even though we live in mask restrictions, I think we're making social distance. If any of you wish to have a mask and you don't have one, we do have some available, but it is optional for you. Now, we anticipate that this case will take up to 3 days. Normally, our schedule is we go from around 8:30. Usually takes us a little longer to start the first day. We've got logistics that we've got to get everybody seated and get our paperwork started so we know who you are when we're talking with you. And so it'll take a little longer. We'll start at 8:30 and sometimes a bit earlier if necessary. Go till around 4:45. That could vary plus or minus a bit depending upon where we are. We take an hour for lunch. Around noon hour, not exactly a day necessarily, it depends where we are in the schedule. We don't have to stop in the middle of something, try to get things stopped to the point that it's not interrupting the flow of case. We also take breaks about every hour, 15 minutes, an hour and a half. So I know, trust me, I'm 71 years old, you're uncomfortable, I'm not uncomfortable, and I'm tuned to what's going on. And we take breaks to make sure that you can have breaks and use the restroom, get breaks, stretch legs, that kind of thing. Now, if we do take any breaks this morning, we usually can get a jury done about an hour and a half. So probably take us close to noon. I would expect we will take a break. And any break that we take during those breaks, you're not to talk about the case in any way, or anything that's happened so far, what anybody said, what you said, or anything at all about the case. You're not to talk to any of these folks that are you see in courtroom or participants. You're not to talk to anyone else. It might be walking around the courthouse, it might be a witness or family member of somebody that's involved in the case or don't talk to anyone about the case at all. And usually if you do, the jury room is back there, there's a restroom back there, we have a water and coffee is back in the jury room. There's also a fountain right out the back door, water fountain. And through this door on the second floor, there's restrooms and the water fountains go all around the back of the building, the annex. There's a water fountain there, we go downstairs, an elevator back there, to the entrance from, we've got 4 acre, there's a hot machine there, and also has some snacks. But during that time, again, don't talk with anything. Now, as far as the, once the case goes to the jury, there's not a particular deadline, that's up to the jury. We don't put a cap on it necessarily. So, deliberations might go past evening hours into later in the evening. I'm not going to keep you here all night, but although I've been in cases like a lawyer at 1 o'clock in the morning, because we had to try another case next morning. We don't have that problem here. We're deciding I love them all. Okay, now, I'm going to give you some instructions. And the way that trials work in this state of this country is that the judge instructs the participants of all the jurors, and it's allegation of all those who participate in the trial follow those instructions. And I'll give you instructions during this process of jury selection here this morning. And then once we do have a jury, that jury is selected, will be instructed on the issues of the case that all applies to the trial. Now, each of the attorneys, each of the parties, the state of Ohio and each of the 2 defendants, are entitled to jurors to approach a case with an open mind, agree to keep their eyes open until verdict is reached. Jurors are to be as straight as humanly possible, from any bias, prejudice, or sympathy, and are not influenced by any preconceived ideas, either as to the facts or as to law. All of you are undoubtedly qualified service, there may be something that could disqualify you in this case. Everyone has predetermined ideas about matters, particularly in this information age where we have information available to us, so whether or not instantly on TV, on phones, our computers, and so people do form opinions. But none of that applies because the American system of justice is based on the principle that jurors inside the case will do it based on the evidence and on the law, free from any other information or opinions that they may have about any of the matters that might be involved in the case. So there's nothing wrong with opening the lineage that you have those opinions so that they can be explored and determined whether there may be something about this particular case that would make it possible for you to serve as a juror. Now, as I indicated, or suggested perhaps, is not going to be questioning here, and so it's under the system we have, place jurors are required to take oath or affirmation to answer questions truly and honestly. So that oath will be administered to all of you this time by the clerk of court, Mr. Mike Austin.
Please rise. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that you will truly answer all such questions as may be lawfully inquired of you, touching your qualifications as a juror, as you shall answer under God or under the penalty of perjury? If so, please answer, I do. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Okay. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I'm going to summarize the indictment. I'm not going to read it word for word. I'm going to summarize it so that you understand what the case is about. These defendants are charged together in the first and 7 counts of the indictment. Mr. Hertzler is charged alone in counts 8 and 9. Mr. Howard is charged alone in counts 10 and 14. So count 1, both of them, alleges that between the period of January 1, 2019, continuing through January 1, 2022 in Hyde County, Ohio, that the 2 of them and other unindicted co-conspirators did recklessly while being employed by or associated with, directly or indirectly, not participate in the American enterprise or counter corrupt activity. And at least one of those instances of corrupt activity was found in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. So that's the first count. Now, counts 2, 4, and 6 all allege that they engaged in aggravated trafficking of methamphetamine and on different dates. And the elements essentially of those offenses are that they knowingly sold or offered to sell methamphetamine, and which is a Schedule 2 controlled substance. And count 2 is alleged that occurred in the Pacific juvenile. Count 4 is alleged that occurred in the Pacific school zone. And then counts 3, 5, and 7 are alleged to be that they knowingly take possession or use that Schedule 2 controlled substance, methamphetamine, on the date specified in the corresponding trafficking charge. Now, count 8 alleges that Mr. Hertzler engaged in aggravated trafficking of methamphetamine, as I described earlier, in the city of juvenile, and count 9 alleges he possessed methamphetamine on that day. Count 10 alleges that Mr. Howard, and count 12 alleges he engaged sold methamphetamine or on sale. And the 11th, 13th count alleged he had aggravated possession or possession of substance on the day's charge. He doesn't cancel trafficking. And then the 14th count alleges that Mr. Howard had property consisting of vehicles that were derived from directly or realized from conduct that occurred in violation of count 1 and would make it subject to forfeiture. So that's what the case is about. Those are the allegations. Now, as I indicated, the indictment is not evidence against anyone. The grand jury has met and determined that there was probable cause. The fact that return is of no consequence whatsoever. It cannot be used in any way. Now, I have certain questions I'm required to ask the law, law, and I'm going to ask these questions now, and I would ask you if it, pause you to raise your hand. I think most of them, probably not, but I'll ask you this time. First of all, under the law, you must be a legal resident of this county today in order to be a juror in the case. We actually drew your names last October. We draw for the entire year, so that before when we advertise, we want to save money, and since we are able to go through computers now, it makes it easier for us to administer during the year, provide the year of reports. So we do have occasionally people who move. Are there any of you who have moved out of the county permanently or no longer residents in my county? Okay. All right. Well, okay. The indictment in this case was returned back in May of this year. Were any of you who served on that year? I believe we would answer that. But again, sometimes they do slip up. None. All right. Are there any of you who are on jury here, or your spouse, a party, which any of the attorneys represent anyone who's involved in that case, whether it be you, your spouse, or another party?
There's someone in the back.
I'm sorry. There's that. Okay, that would be, are you Miss Post?
No, Blankenship.
Sorry?
Sonia Blankenship.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking on the wrong side. Sorry.
That's okay. Yeah.
Hard to recognize your real name.
I know. No, but my family attorney is Mr. Armentrout, so.
Is there anything that's currently going on?
No.
This week that you have an issue you saw?
Right.
All right, but at this point, there's nothing.
No.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, you're Miss Stapleton?
Evelyn Stapleton, and I recently lost my husband, and I do not feel like I could serve in a good capacity.
Okay.
Plus, also, Mr. Armentrout is handling a case for my daughter-in-law right now.
All right. Well, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you, ma'am. I lost my wife back in December. I know it's hard for the first few weeks. Also, I'm going to go ahead and excuse you. So you can go ahead and leave and go out this way. You go ahead and leave, Mrs. Stapleton. Yeah. So, Matt,
Judge, there's one in the back, I believe.
alright. Right now, the question is just about if they, the attorneys represent your name, sir?
My name's Kent Combs.
Okay, no?
Mr. Armentrout is representing my son on a similar case.
Okay. Alright. I will go ahead and excuse you, Mr. Combs, thank you. You're excused, you can leave. Alright. Alright, anyone else? Okay, here, can't see the number, but,
42, Brendan. I've been
Brendan Cheney?
Yes.
Okay,
Myself, my family have been represented by JD.
anything, currently what, okay, thank you. Anyone else? Alright, thank you.
Judge,
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. Your name, ma'am?
Diana Reitman.
Sorry.
Diana
Okay,
Reitman.
go ahead.
Annika Collins represented one of my family members' spouses.
Okay, you mean somebody, when she prosecuted someone?
Yes.
Okay, she wasn't actually an attorney for the family member, she, the family member was what?
Jake Wagner actually was there.
Mr. Wagner was
Yes.
involved? Okay, but was he representing, your father?
No one at this time.
Okay, so no one's has any current representation?
Nope.
Okay, thank you. All right, anyone else? Okay. Have any of you been subpoenaed as a witness in this case? Actually, I've had that happen twice in my career when I was prosecutor. No one? All right. Now, are there any of you that have an action currently pending between you and the state of Ohio Could be a criminal case, could be a traffic case, a eminent domain case, some kind of licensing issue, claim of, claim for compensation. Anyone have anything like that? All right, you are, Ms. Harper,
Yes, I have a claim in Fayette County going on right now.
against who?
It would be against a student I was assaulted by.
Against who?
It's against a student. I work in a public school system and I was assaulted
Okay,
by a
let's get the
student.
student.
Yes,
Okay, and so it'd be your school district then.
yes,
All right, so that's not the same.
okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you for bringing that up. Anyone else? All right. I'll ask this question, the language rule reads, and I'll explain it to you, so, I just bear with me. Are there any of you that are related by consanguinity or affinity from 5th degree to either the defendants or Mr. Sanders or any of the attorneys? Now, consanguinity means by blood, affinity means by marriage. So the question is, are any of you related by blood or marriage? Now, 5th degree, that's an interesting issue. I was just at a memorial service for a cousin Saturday, and questioning how it's related to my cousin, who was my second cousin, his mother, who would be my first cousin, was removed. But I had a lot of experience with that when I was an attorney and probing. Very few people understand that. So you may or may not know degrees, but if you're not, are any of you related by blood or marriage, any of those proposals I just mentioned? Right, so. Are any of you the employer or employee, or your spouse, parent, or child, an employer or employee of any of the attorneys or defendants, Mr. Sanders? Alright. Then the final question required rule. Are there any of you for whom English is not your native language? In other words, were you born in a country in which English was not the official or dominant language? Alright. Now, I'm going to ask further questions before I do. I need to fill a couple of slots. And so, we move, Mr. Barry, if you would, go over to C10 for the statement was. And then, let's see, I choose Mr. Coe. And so, Mr. Waltz, if you would go back and sit on the end of the back row. So, Council Caleb Waltz, was 14 goes to 24. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. Never mind. I got that backwards. You need to stay where you're at. I actually bring in somebody who's not in the first 24. Thanks. That would be number 25. I'm referring to seat number, not your number. So if I say a number that doesn't match with your badge, that badge is your number on the list, but we have good seats. So, Miss Diane Flowers, you're number 25. You will take that. And the reason we're doing that is because we'll be asking you some questions, and then so are the attorneys. And for right now, we only want to ask questions for the first 24. 12 each of the 2 sets of benches. And for the rest of you, we'll let you listen. But we're not going to ask you to respond. I'm going to ask group questions, and I'll let you hold your hand up because we're going to just concentrate on the first 24. The reason we do that is not because you're not for it, but because experience has shown in my 46 years now, after 14 years of West Thursday, that we can get a jury 90% of the time out of the first 24. And we have started out with 38, now I think 35. And so if we add an extra 11 asking questions, it's not likely you're going to be seated. Then there's really no need for it. So this is designed to save you time and have to respond to questions, and also speed up the process so that everyone that's not selected is used as quickly as possible. We have to have one. Yeah, I did see that.
She came here.
Oh, no, okay.
So that,
No, you can go ahead and say that. Okay, so then we need to get 26, which would be, Ms. Burton, you'll take that back. Okay, so that would be 24 would be Cheryl Burton. And flowers went to another Burton. Alright. Now, I'm going to ask a number of questions before I turn this over to the attorneys. And again, when I ask the questions, I'll give you a little bit of an explanation first. Then please raise your hand if it applies to you. Now, some of the been previous proceedings in this case, and those proceedings were covered in media, including newspaper, television, radio. Now, and I'll say this, all those media reports, none of those folks were there. None of them actually witnessed what happened or were aware of what happened. But they report did. Now, what occurred in the previous proceedings is not evidence in this case. It had nothing to do with this case. This case is about the allegations of the 14th counts of the indictment, what's alleged to have occurred at times and places alleged in each of those counts of the indictment. It's not about what they happened or not happened in any previous proceeding. And so there will be no testimony about that. They're not considered that. But I do need to ask, have any of you read the newspaper, viewed on TV, or listened on radio to any news stories about any of the previous proceedings in this case? First of all, ask if anybody saw anything on television. Did you recall? No. All right. Okay. And then first one. All right. Anybody listen to anything on the radio? Okay. Anybody read anything in the newspaper? Right. Now, there are also postings, as I understand it, very social media about that. I don't really participate much in social media. I have a very limited account of certain groups my wife belongs to, related to horses mostly, and family exchange. So I don't pay much attention to anything else. I'm not familiar with Instagram or Snapchat or TikTok, all those things. But I know a lot of people are. So, did any of you read or view any postings in social media about events in the previous proceeding? First 24. Okay. Did any of you post any comments or make any comments about anything that may have happened in the previous case? All right. Now, there may have been some, I'm sure there probably was, but I don't recall myself, some newspaper coverage perhaps, maybe some media coverage, maybe something in social media about the allegations that the charges were filed. Did anybody read, view, or listen to anything about those? One thing I did ask, did any of you hear anything about what may have happened in the previous proceeding from other person's words about somebody saying, hey, did you hear what happened the other day, or see what that story about? Anything, anybody? All right. Okay. Now, one of the things I want to tell you before we get into the question of the attorneys is that under the law, each of these defendants are presumed innocent until proved guilty by the state of Ohio, proved beyond reasonable doubt of every element, essential element of each charge. So as they sit here today, they're presumed innocent, just like every other person is charged with any kind of criminal offense, whether it's a traffic offense or the most serious offense of our law. And so, one way to illustrate that is the question that is asked, that if you had to vote today, right now, how would you vote? Now, I'm sure the normal reaction to everyone who's not a lawyer is, well, how can I vote? Because I don't know anything about the case. Now, Logically, that's the correct answer. But the fact of the matter is that the answer is not guilty. Because if you know nothing about the case, then it has to be not guilty because our Constitution says that a defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty by the state of Ohio and proven guilty of the fact. So as each of them sit here today and throughout the trial, they're presumed innocent until at the conclusion of the case, after all the evidence is in, all the law is instructed, and all the arguments are made, then the jury is selected, finds them guilty, and proven no reason doubt they do, or not guilty. So that is important to remember. They are not required to prove it. It's up to the state to prove it. They're guilty. So I just want to make that clear. Now, the other thing is, in order to, I like this question out is that sometimes the jurors come in, the question they ask them, are you against drugs? And that's not correct. I mean, the charges are alleged violations of law. So each of us should be law-abiding persons. It's like being asked, are you against murder? Are you against rape? Are you against child molestation? Well, of course. So does that mean you're not qualified to be a juror? No. The question is whether or not there is something about your experience on the topic. This would be the charge of possession or trafficking drugs. That will cause you to have an opinion that might be wrong. But so it's not whether you are for or against, but whether you will follow the law and listen to the evidence and decide the case based upon the law and the evidence that is in this case. And that's the question that you'll be asked, and that's the question you'll be answer for yourselves as well as for court and parties. Okay. Now, at this time, I'm going to have the attorneys ask questions of the first one for, and I'll give them permission to turn it back to me for the purpose of just in case they do that the way we said before. And the state of Ohio, having the group ask questions first, and after that, Mr. Borman will ask questions to have Howard, and Mr. Wagner will ask questions to have first. So this time I'll turn it over to Ms. Thomas.
Good morning again. I first want to tell you that some of these questions may seem probing or if we're nosy. The defense and I aren't trying to be nosy or probing or offensive. We just want to ensure that we have a fair and impartial jury to make a decision based on the evidence and testimony in this case, okay? First, does anyone know me either personally or professionally? Ms. Blankenship. Ms. Blankenship?
Hi, yes, I know you worked, I was a fiscal officer and we worked together on things for the township.
The fact that we have worked together in that capacity, is that going to impact your ability to be fair and impartial? In other words, can you agree that you could listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court today? I'm sorry?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. What about Adam King? He's an assistant prosecutor, and he'll be here throughout the trial. He'll question witnesses and things like that. Does anyone know him either personally or professionally? Jim Rader. He's also an assistant prosecutor, and you might see him in and out of the courtroom some. Or Molly Bullock. She's also an assistant prosecutor. What about Investigator Randy Sanders? Does anyone know Investigator Sanders either personally or professionally? Or Investigator Chris Bowen? Does anyone know Chris either personally or professionally? Ms. Lynn.
Chris was a neighbor for years. Was a sheriff's department.
So Chris is at the prosecutor's office now and was involved in this case but won't be testifying. The fact that you've known him for years, is that going to impact your ability in this case?
It may. I think so, because I come from a law enforcement background, and so I think that. Yeah.
So, but can you agree to listen to the testimony and review the evidence and make a decision based on what you learn in court?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. What about Detective Brian Butler from the Hillsborough Police Department? Does anyone know Brian either personally or professionally? Sergeant Jay Beatty from the Greenfield Police Department. Does anyone know Jay either personally or professionally? Mr. Beery?
I went to school with JB.
You went to school with Jay? The fact that you went to school with him, and he will be testifying, will that impact your ability to make a decision in this case?
It will not.
You can still agree to listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learn in court? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? What about Rebecca South? Or Skylar South? Or Stephen Debo? Or MJ Baldwin? What about Sergeant Detective Vinnie Ansmore from the Sheriff's Office? Does anyone know Sergeant Detective Ansmore?
I was friends with his dad, Rocky.
You're Miss Vaughn? You were friends with?
His dad,
Okay.
Rocky.
The fact that you were friends with Detective Ansmore's father, is that going to impact your ability to be a juror today? You can still agree that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learn in court?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Got Sergeant Detective Erica Engel. Does anyone know Erica either personally or professionally? Tim Davis, who is the superintendent of Hillsborough City Schools. Does anyone know Tim either personally or professionally? And Mr. Lutton?
He was my principal in middle school.
Okay. The fact that Tim was your principal in middle school, is that going to impact your ability to be fair and impartial?
It's been years.
Okay. So, you can still agree that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court? Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Vaughn?
Yes. I was a substitute teacher several years ago when he was still teaching, and we worked together.
Okay. The fact that you worked with him, is that going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial? You can still agree that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learn in court? Thank you. Anyone else? Got Melissa Sponsel. Does anyone know Melissa either personally or professionally? Detective Larry McGarvey. He's with the 23 Major Crimes Task Force. Does anyone know Detective McGarvey either personally or professionally? What about the attorneys, Attorney Mormon? Does anyone know him either personally or professionally? Or Bill Armentrout? Some of you have used him. Mr. Town? No, I'm sorry, Mr. Moots?
Yeah, I went to school with Phil.
You went to school with Mr. Armentrout? Really?
Yeah, I went to school with
Okay,
him. And JD's my neighbor.
okay. The fact that you went to school with Mr. Armentrout and Mr. Wagner is your neighbor, is that going to impact your ability to be fair and impartial? So, you can agree that you can listen to the testimony and review the evidence and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yeah.
Thank you. Anyone else? What about Mr. Wagner? Anyone know him either personally or professionally other than Mr. Moots? Mr. Lutton?
He represented me several years ago.
Okay. The fact that he represented you several years ago, are you going to give his questioning and things of that nature more weight?
No, not at all.
Is that, do you believe that you can still listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. What about the defendant was, I'm sorry, Mr. Berry?
JD represented my sister.
Okay, the fact that he represented your sister, is that going to affect your ability to be a juror today? Will you give more weight to his questions or anything like that because of that relationship? You can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision. Mr. Hawthorne?
Yes, ma'am. J.D. Wagner also represented me about 6 or 7 years ago.
Okay. And again, same questions as with Mr. Button. Not going to give his questions any more weight or anything like that. You can still agree that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, good. Scoutmore?
JD represented my husband and I.
Okay. And again, same question. Is the fact that he represented you, are you going to give his questions any more weight than the state's question? Can you agree that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, and you are Mr. Martindale?
Yes, it's been over 10 years with J.D. Wagner in the past as representative.
Okay. And again, the same questions. The fact that he's previously represented you, are you going to get this side in more weight? Can you agree that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Yes.
Thank you. What about the defendants, Wesley Howard or Christopher Hirschler? Does anyone know either of them? Does anyone have a religious or philosophical belief which you think prohibits you from deciding guilt or innocence? And I always hear when I ask this question is, I don't want to be the judge of somebody, but you're really not. Judge Paul is the judge. You are fact finders. So it's very different being on a jury. You're not passing judgment. You're not judging someone. What you're judging is the evidence, and you're making a decision if the evidence is there to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you all understand that? Can you all agree that you follow along with that? Now, so Highland County is not especially big, so this usually happens. Does anyone know anyone else on the jury? As you sit here and you look across the room. Oh, there we go. Mr. Howard? You know Miss Cockrell? Okay. Went to school with her, okay. And the fact that the two of you went to school together, if you're both on the jury, are you going to decide with her automatically? You seem pretty determined about that. Not even a maybe. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Gallimore?
Ashley and I went to school together, and then Miss Young, her son, coaches my son in baseball.
Okay, so if you're on the jury with either or both of these, are you going to just automatically side with them? Or are you going to feel like you have to agree because of that relationship or anything like that? No. Okay. Next. Mr. Hurst?
Yes. Seth on right there.
Yes. Votes yes. The fact that the two of you work together, is that going to, are you guys going to partner up and what one says the other's going to agree to or anything like that? So if the two of you are disagreeing and you're fighting it out in the jury room, it's going to be okay on Thursday when you get back to work. Okay? Anyone else over here? Ms. Vaughn?
Caleb Walls, I go to church with him, and then Shira Smith, our boys that play baseball together.
Okay. The fact that you know them, is that going to impact your ability to make a decision? So if you and Mr. Walls are not agreeing on something, you could stand your ground against him despite that relationship. Back row. Ms. Harper?
Yes, I also know Mrs. Cottrell. She was friends with my ex-sister-in-law.
Okay, the fact that you know her, is that going, if the two of you are on a jury together, is that going to impact your ability to make a decision?
No.
So you aren't, you're not gonna automatically disagree with her because of a prior relationship or automatically agree with her because of a prior relationship?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Wilson, front row.
I just know Miss Vaughn from the church.
Okay. And again, the same question to you. If you and Ms. Vaughn are, on jury together, are you gonna automatically agree with what she says or automatically disagree with what she says? No, okay. Anyone else? Now, the judge is gonna tell you, and you're gonna hear this a lot in this case, that the state must prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And the judge is gonna give you a definition of reasonable doubt, but in short, it does not mean beyond any and all doubt, only what is reasonable. Reasonable doubt is doubt based on reason and common sense. Will anyone hold me to a standard of proof higher than beyond a reasonable doubt? Can you all agree to hold the state to the standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt? And it's a high standard of proof. All agree to hold to that standard of proof? Now, can everyone agree to listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learn in court? And I ask this question because there was a trial in Cincinnati, probably been like 8 or so years ago maybe. And we all watched it up here because it was interesting. And it was interesting because the case was about a man who was accused of murdering his wife. And the facts of the case were that he says that she was drowned in the bathtub, he pulled her out, she was laying on the floor, and he tried to revive her, and she was not revived, and they charged him with murder. And one of the issues in the case was when the EMTs arrived, when he called 911, the paramedics got there, her body was dry. And he said that he had just pulled her out of the bathtub and laid her on the floor and started CPR and called 911 within seconds. So at the end of the trial, the jurors go home after the first day of deliberations. They all take a shower, and they stand in front of the mirror without drying off, and they time how long it takes for them to dry completely. And when it takes longer than his story said, they found him guilty. Well, as jurors, you're not allowed to do that. You aren't allowed to go home and do testing on your own. So this is why I asked this question. You can't go home and research. When you hear addresses and things like that, you can't go and look and see how that works out or things like that. You have to agree to make a decision based on what you learn in court. Can you all agree to do that? Yeah. I will tell you that they retried that case, and there was jury tampering the second time, and then they retried it a third time, and he was convicted the third time. I guess third time's a charm there. All right, does anyone watch CSI or Law and Order? Now there's Law and Order SVU, there's Law and Order Game Unit, I think. You guys watch this? Criminal Minds? Yeah, we all watch it. It's interesting. Entertaining TV. It's also fake. Not just a little fake, but like ridiculous. Nothing on there is real life. I have not yet seen the case be solved and tried in 1 hour. Maybe that's a new record we can strive for, but we don't have a crime lab in Highland County. There's no dead animal on the roof of the courthouse. We aren't growing bugs anywhere on purpose anyway. It's just, we don't have satellites. You cannot get fingerprints out of running water. Stuff is just, I've seen it all on that show, on CSI especially. It's just not real. So, but what we run into sometimes is people see that on TV and they think, well, on CSI last week they were able to do that, so we should have that here in court. You're not going to have that kind of evidence. I promise you that there's not satellite video of anything that took place here. So, can you all agree not to hold me to the CSI standard of proof? Yeah. Now, is anyone here familiar with circumstantial evidence? And again, the judge is going to give you a specific instruction on circumstantial evidence versus direct evidence. But in short, circumstantial evidence is the process of drawing an inference from something, an inference from known facts. So let's say it's Christmas Eve and there is not a drop of snow on the ground, and you go to bed, and when you wake up on Christmas morning, there's 6 inches of snow on the ground. Now, you were asleep and you didn't see it snow, but the fact that there is snow on the ground, you can draw the inference that it snowed during the night. You understand? That's circumstantial evidence, and you can find guilt based on circumstantial evidence. Now, the defendants, Mr. Howard and Mr. Hertzler, they may not testify. They may testify. Either way, it's totally their decision. No one can make them testify. No one can keep them from testifying. It's absolutely their right. But, naturally, is there anyone here that's going to hold it against them if they decide not to testify? No? Now, one of the most important jobs that you have as a juror is weighing the credibility of witnesses, and that's going to be very important. We have several witnesses. I believe you're going to hear from about 14 or 15 witnesses in this case. And I know, in my experience, I found people that I thought would never lie to me, and they lied. And people that I look at and think, and yet they always tell the truth. So, I have 2 kids. My oldest is 15. When she was little, like blonde hair, blue-eyed, I looked at her with her pigtails, and I thought, this kid is never going to disappoint me. She's never going to tell me a lie. She's never going to sneak around and do anything behind my back. I mean, she's a princess, right? I was delusional. I lived in a fantasy world where 15-year-olds don't do things like that. So, a couple weeks ago, empty box of granola bars in the pantry. I look in there. She's literally standing at the counter with the granola bar wrapper on the counter, eating. I said, did you leave an empty box in the pantry and take out the last granola bar? Nope, wasn't me. That's what my 15-year-old does. So, now I love her. But she tells me lies.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. Is there a question of the jury here, or someone's missing?
No, I hope so, too.
So, can you all agree that one of your most important jobs as a juror is to weigh the credibility of a witness? And sometimes it may not be somebody that you think would tell you the truth, but it's your job to weigh the credibility. Do you understand that? You all agree to that? Okay. Now I bring this up because the people that we use to purchase drugs in this case are past addicts. There's no question about that. They're people that drug dealers should sell to, though. Now, obviously, a drug dealer isn't going to sell drugs to somebody that's, Mother Teresa or a cop dressed in uniform. You understand that? So, we make contracts, so to speak, decisions to use people that they will deal with. And the people that they will deal with are past drug addicts. And those people are going to be testifying today. So again, it is your job to weigh the credibility of the witnesses. Can you all agree to do that? Now, another thing I want to warn you about, when you hear the audio and the video of these buys, when you see the video and you hear the audio, there are times that the language is bad. There's no question. There are times that references they make are bad. There's cussing, there's different things like this. But remember, this is the lifestyle that we are delving into. You understand that? Okay. Now, is anyone here going to hold that against the state? Automatically say, yeah, well, if they say a cuss word or they say something offensive, I'm not, that's it. Anyone going to hold that against the state? What about the fact that we use past drug addicts to buy drugs? Is anyone going to hold that against the state? No. Ms. Flowers?
I don't know if I hold against it, but I was a drug and alcohol counselor for 6 years, and right now I work for the juvenile court that helps families who are addicted to drugs for children. So, I mean, it's hard to forget how drugs impacted their lives and how I try to help them keep sober, and then they're used to go buy drugs.
Well, I have some questions related to that we'll get to, okay?
Okay.
Now, what about the fact that we actually pay the CIs, the undercovers? We pay them to go buy the drugs, so it's a job for them, like working at East Tech or Hobart or in the clerk of court's office. Everyone okay with that?
This is a stupid question. Did they turn the drugs in?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Has everyone here heard of complicity or aiding and abetting? Yeah. So the best example I can give you of this is the bank robber case. Bank robber 1 and 2 pull up out front to purchase the bank. Bank robber 1 goes into the bank. Bank robber 2 is the getaway driver. Y'all know about this from the movie, from lots of movies. Things go bad while bank robber 1 is in the bank and he shoots somebody. Bank robber 2, who has never left the car, he's the getaway driver, he is now culpable for what bank robber 1 did in there and killed the person. Does everyone understand how that works? Okay. Is anyone familiar with the yeah-but defense? This is when, how many of you here have children? This is when you walk up to your child and you say, you didn't clean your room today like I told you. And they instantly say, yeah, but did you see what Johnny did? That's the yeah, but defense. It's the trying to point to somebody else's wrongs to take focus off your own wrongs. How many of you had your kids do that to you? Yeah. Has anyone here been the victim of a crime? A theft, anything like that? Ms. Townsend? You've been the victim of a crime? And what sort of crime?
I had no card stolen.
Okay.
Mailbox.
Was that here in Highland County? Was it investigated? Were they able to find the person that did it?
Yes, ma'am.
Were they prosecuted?
I believe so.
Okay. Do you hold a grudge against law enforcement or the state because of that case at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harper?
I'm in a trial right now for assault. I was assaulted by a student.
Okay. And so it's obviously been investigated and it was prosecuted or is being prosecuted?
It is being prosecuted.
Do you hold a grudge against the state of Ohio or law enforcement because of that situation?
No.
Okay. Anyone else? Ms. Flowers in the front?
It's been several years. I had property stolen from me. All I know is the person did go to jail.
Okay. So do you hold a grudge against law enforcement or anything like that because like this? Thank you. Now, is there anyone here who has been impacted by drugs?
Sorry.
Mr. Farah?
Yes, back in the 80s, I was convicted on account of trafficking cocaine.
Okay. The fact that you were previously convicted of that, do you, is that going to impact your?
It ended up helping me.
It helps you. So you don't hold a grudge against the state of Ohio for that?
No.
Do you hold a soft spot maybe for the defendants automatically because of that?
No.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Flowers, I guess.
Yeah, mine's just professionally, I don't have any personal drug usage is what I do.
So the fact that you have that as a career, is that going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial today? So you agree that you can still listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and put to the side what you know about the drug culture and make a decision based on what you learn in court?
I believe
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gallagher?
My husband had a drug history and actually passed away 5 years ago.
And the fact that you have that in your life, is that going to affect your ability to be fair and impartial in this case? You can put that to the side and make a decision based on what you learn in this court. Okay, thank you. Mr. Scheffler?
Yes, my nephew, lost his life to drugs.
Okay.
It does affect me. He turned around, but life didn't turn around the way I thought. You know, you hope you see God in the right way. He's back to his old ways. He don't even remember what happened. He was on cocaine. And God worked back to life.
So I understand that's impacted your life, but can you put that to the side and review the evidence and listen to the testimony and make a decision based on what you learn here in court?
Not being fair.
Okay. So you automatically hold a grudge against?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sorry.
You're fine, thank you for being honest. Mr. Lutton, I believe raised his hand. Okay, that's fine. Ms. Clinton?
Yeah, I've got some misdemeanor charges for drug possession, and I've been clean for almost 11 years.
Almost 11 years, congratulations. The fact that that has previously impacted you, is that going to affect your ability to listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court today?
I would hope not, but I am way less tolerable to that lifestyle because it ruined my life. So,
Thank you.
Tolerance is a little lower.
Thank you. Mr. Lutton?
Yeah, well, for one, I haven't seen my biological father in 20 years because of drugs and going to prison and everything, which, I mean, it just worked out that way. I was impacted my senior year of high school in the summer, senior year, and I went after that because I partied quite a bit, was behind me and everything.
So, have it in your past and it's impacted your life because of your father. Can you agree that you can put that to the side and you can still listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Ms. Clinton?
Yes, unfortunately, family members, and one didn't pull himself out of it. He was young, and one has. But can I make, and would I use that against? I probably can't.
So you don't think that you can listen to the testimony, review the evidence, and make a decision based on what you learned in court?
Honestly, no.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Anita, I used to work with Tiffany. So, actually, one of the boys we raised, Adam Brunk, that you know, since you lived by him, he passed away from drug use, and we helped raise him because he didn't have a very good family. And that's hard. I feel like if it wasn't on the streets, he wouldn't have passed away.
Did you say Anita or Annika?
Or Annika. Annika, sorry.
And are you talking about someone that lived beside me?
Yeah, Adam Brunk. Do you know Tiffany Workman?
Oh, she's my ex-sister-in-law.
I worked with her.
Okay.
But I raised Adam and he passed away from drugs. And,
I didn't know that.
Yeah, and if it wasn't on the streets, if it wasn't easily accessible, I don't think he would have.
Okay. So do you believe that you can listen to the testimony and review the evidence and make a decision based on what you learned in court today?
It'd be hard.
But do you think you can follow the instructions of the judge and do that?
I can't 100% say that.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Hawthorne? I'm sorry, where do you work at?
AJ's there.
Okay. And what do you do there?
Aircraft engineer.
Aircraft engineer. And you work with Mr. Hurst,
Correct.
doing the same thing?
He works a reliability program.
Okay. So, are you guys equal or one above the other?
Pretty well equal.
Okay. All right, so like one of you's not telling the other one what to do?
No.
Okay. All right. Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned with if you were chosen as a juror today?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Ms. Vaughn, you have what I can imagine the most difficult job in the world. So is that handled for this week or the next couple days?
Next couple days, yes.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm gonna come back up. Mr. Allen, you've never been a juror before?
Never.
No. So today could be your lucky day. Okay. And you know Ms. Cockrell, but that's not going to impact your ability to be a juror at all. Okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Gallagher. And you've talked openly about your experiences, but that's not going to impact what about your job? What you see there, is that going to?
No, because our unit just closed, of course, on Saturday, but, as a nurse, you have to be unbiased and treat everybody the same. So regardless what they came in with, I treated them, like family.
Thank you. Mr. Barry, I'm going to go clear the back row. I'm sorry. I jumped around. You know Sergeant Beatty from school?
Yes.
Okay. Were you all friends in school?
Just acquaintances.
Acquaintances?
I left Greenfield School when I was sophomore year with Laurel Woods, and
Okay.
I really haven't had any association with him, like,
So you don't know like some story about him or something that you're going to hold against him?
that's when we graduated from the same high school.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Fletcher, in the middle. We haven't heard much out of you today. Never been a juror before?
No.
And not been the victim of a crime?
No.
Is there anything the state or defense should be concerned with if you were chosen as a juror here today?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me, is your name now Davis, Ms. Fletcher?
Yes.
All right. So the summary questionnaire was, we'll check that out. All right.
I apologize if it's not. Ms. Flowers, you've spoken some about what you do for work, and you indicated that you get angry when we use CIs who are to buy drugs and alcohol. Is that true?
I wouldn't say I get angry, but, everything I've done in my career is to help people stay away from drugs and keep them in recovery, so, tell them to stay away from those situations. So, I guess it's kind of challenging. It goes against what I've been taught.
All right, so are you going to hold that against the state of Ohio because that's how we do this?
No, I don't think so, but, I can't also go back. It kind of goes against what I've been taught to do in my agency. Yeah, I just wanted to do with my job and whatever.
Okay, all right, thank you. Ms. Young. Over there. I'm sorry. You indicated that you have a son that's been convicted of a crime.
Yeah, child support years ago.
Okay. The fact that that happened, are you going to hold that against the state of Ohio? You've been a prior juror before.
Yeah, but I was selected.
Okay. Was that here in Highland County?
Yes.
Okay, so they let you go because you who the defendant was?
Yeah.
Okay, is there anything about that experience that will impact your ability to be a juror here today?
No.
No? Thank you. That concludes my questions. Thank you.
All right, it's now, 10:15, I know, we had you here 8:15, and you got it earlier, so we're going to take a break, for 15 minutes. Now, during the, break, you, lean forward, go outside, stretch your legs, break. These facilities, whatever you need to do, your smoker, go outside, smoke a cigarette, and do that. During the break, you can, use well calls, I help here, we'll talk about the case, we'll make that phone call, anybody can talk to each other, don't let anyone else discuss it, we'll give them presence. And also, during the break, go on your cell phone and chat and see if you want any information about this case. Start later on that, we're respecting during this process, don't do that, do anything, try to work anything about the case, until, you have to do that, so you can come to the jury, don't talk to any of the folks that, are involved in the case, and, be back in the proceeds, at the end of the.
Please rise.
Folks, there are two sets of restrooms on the first floor where you came in. One right by the door and then one by the prosecutor's office. There's a restroom right here on this floor as well. So feel free to try to get to any of them that you can. Yeah, that was what was going on. Back road. I kept saying.
Yeah.
Please rise.
Thank you, be seated, please. All right, we're back on record. Thank you, everybody, for being back on time. And we will now proceed with your examination of Mr. Moore on behalf of.
Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Cockrell? Ms. Cockrell? How are you doing? Good. Kind of shied away from me, I just didn't know if it was just me or.
It's first time.
That's okay. And that's actually the reason why I said I picked on you is obviously here's the jury selection. Jury selection is tough. Of course, side note, I'm going to introduce myself. There's a jump shift here. My name is Brandon Mormon. I represent the psychiatry in this case. And Ms. Cockrell makes a good point. What we have today is I've got a group of people, well, not sure some of you know each other, but most of you don't know each other. And I'm asking you to divulge deep-seated biases to a group of people you don't know. And Ms. Cockrell, that's uncomfortable for everyone. Is this, do you feel uncomfortable revealing bias in this kind of setting?
I'm fine.
Okay. Does anyone feel uncomfortable? So, I'm going to kind of briefly go over, obviously you understand the purposes of what we're doing. It's called jury selection. And what we're doing today is we're trying to see if anyone has any biases towards this case, towards jury service in general. And bias gets a negative connotation. Ms. Cockrell, when I say bias, what do you think?
You're more interested in what things you know.
That's pretty good. Bias generally is you may see facts and based upon your own personal beliefs and personal knowledge, not even relating to facts, might weigh down on a certain subject. Biases aren't necessarily a bad thing. I don't like pineapple on pizza. Someone's trying to sell me pineapple on pizza. I wouldn't want it. I have a bias against any fruit on pizza. Does anyone else kind of understand that? Now, in this case, there's going to be some sort of testimony about drug trafficking. We know that. I was the third person to mention that. There's going to be some conversations about possible schools, the children. Now, show of hands, who has children? Okay. Let's go to juror number 10. What is your name? Ashley Clinton. When you hear the words
children being around drug trafficking, do you immediately have any strong feelings regarding it?
I would say I automatically have like a negative feeling.
And that's okay. With that negative feeling, do you feel like you'd still be able to judge the facts independently and come up with?
I would hope that I could.
When you say, oh, is there any doubt in your mind that you wouldn't be able to?
I think that I could. It's just that I know my drug past, and like I have 14-year-old sons. It would be hard for me not to put him, in the context of maybe conversations with the kid and drug dealing, and, like take it personal. Because I feel like I try to protect him from what I would do.
Understood. Now, when you say this, would you be able to not take it personally?
I would hope so, yes.
Okay.
I think I could.
Okay, and that's fine. I'm not asking you to be 110% convinced at this point in time. But does anyone feel different? Ma'am?
I just don't think that drugs and kids should be around kids.
I just don't think that that's right.
Should you give me your name one more time?
Cheryl.
Cheryl. I appreciate that, Cheryl. Does anyone else share for what Cheryl has? You're number two? Sorry. We'll get there next.
I have 2 children. Yes, they just don't next to me. I want fair both sides. That's what I want to do right now.
I understand. And I appreciate you being honest. I actually,
like I said, I almost lost a nephew to it. So obviously you got to look at somewhere, somehow. And it's just a hard subject right now.
and I understand 100%. I appreciate you sharing because it's difficult to share.
It's some call. I want to shut them and wait for us and need you.
I understand that. Does anyone else share this feeling at all? You're number 7, and we'll get to number 12.
I don't have any specific feelings, but I just want to say I don't fully know the context between like what's going on with the children involved or anything. It sounds like it would be fair for me to make a decision at this point in time whether it would bother me or not.
Mr. Lund, that's a good point. And I think we need to kind of expand upon that. Mr. Lund says, it's probably not fair for me to reach a decision at this point in time. And that's appropriate. What I'm looking for is not personal feelings as far as the judge mentioned it. Drugs are bad. A lot of things people are accused of are obviously a crimes, they're bad. What I am looking for is if you're able to keep an open mind, able to be fair and impartial by listening to the facts. Mr. Lund actually made a good point, actually skipped over on my sheet, that's actually a good point we need to address. Here, number 12, it's in this volume. Blank. I am terrible.
No, I think I said, as I said before, it's very personal to me. And not only that, when it deals with the children, and if there's any kind of trafficking in those instances, in this case, I would be very biased.
Understood. So you don't feel like you'd be able to say it?
No.
Understood. I appreciate it. Thank you. Does anyone else feel that way?
I don't, I like to say that I would not be biased, but at the same time, I drug test kids every day in my job, and I see kids test positive for meth and alcohol and pot and stuff like that. So even though I like to say I'd be unbiased, I still can't forget that I see kids as young as 12 that eat pot.
Let me step in here and say something, folks. The evidence is be what the evidence is, and again, the testimony is about things that occur that are not right, you feel are right or wrong, that's fine. I mean, we should all do it that way. The issue though is whether or not the evidence shows that either or both defendants committed the offense to which that testimony applies. So we're not asking you to say, oh, it's okay to do things in the presence of children. It's a question, it's just a practice that could be introduced in evidence. And in some of the counts, it may be necessary if there's a conviction for a jury to determine whether there were children present at that time. So that's the issue. They still have to prove that the offense occurred, but some of them aren't involved. So that is the issue. The issue then is that would that opinion or would that feeling be so strong that you would not consider the evidence and follow the law? Would you be able to do that? And that's the question.
Follow the law.
And the evidence, basic decision on the evidence and the law, regardless of your, because again, no one's going to expect you to feel any differently than you do. That's appropriate feeling. I think everyone should share that opinion. One who see children testing positive for drugs. The question is, that's not the issue. That's not part of the case. You have to set that aside. Could you do that?
I would do my best.
Go ahead, Virginia.
Thank you, Your Honor. I mean, the judge is completely correct. It's not whether, and I maybe it's not going over, it's not whether you feel that certain things are bad. It's whether you can judge the facts fairly and weigh the evidence. So that's kind of what we're looking at. For the sake of brevity, I want to move on. Who here has family members, close friends that are police officers, detectives, anything like that nature? Juror number 3. Can you give me your name?
Susan Harper.
Harper? Ms. Harper, what is the relation?
My sister's a probation officer in Highland County. I have a cousin on the police department. I used to be in law enforcement in Clinton County, and my father-in-law was also in law enforcement in Clinton County.
Big family involved in law enforcement.
Yes.
I'm trying to remember who is in it.
Yes.
So, obviously you understand now, hopefully, that this is a criminal case.
Right.
In this case, there are going to be detectives, police officers, probably people from the sheriff's office, as you hear now, that are going to testify.
Right.
And some of them may be in uniform, some of them may not, I don't know. But seeing an officer testify, are you going to give them any more, are you going to weigh their testimony greater than other people's testimony, just because they're police officers?
I don't think that I will. Just from my own perspective, I work in a public school system, so, I'm pretty much I listen to the facts first before I make any decisions, even when it comes to students. So try to be honest and fair.
And so, your people, officers, lay witnesses testify, are you going to be able to weigh their testimony just like you weigh anyone else's?
I believe I can.
There's a lot of hands. Does anyone feel different? Speak now or forever. Juror number, is it 22?
Yeah, sorry.
That's okay. Charts or numbers, I've got a long line of members with dyslexia, so I'm trying to keep this. What is your name? Donna. I haven't heard much from you this week, but obviously, in this situation, we're talking about DNA testing. Now, obviously, somebody accused of the crime has the right to testify and has the right not to testify. If one of the people accused here does not testify, are you going to have any immediate feelings about it? You're not going to hold it against them? Even if you want to hear something from them?
I think at the end of the case, you have to make a decision on what you or not what could have been.
Ms. Mead, thank you. That's exactly what I was going for, and actually you guys are making this much faster. Because that's what my point is. Is anyone here feel, sir, Journal, did you raise your hand?
Clean my glasses.
I've been there before. Okay. I've been with glasses as far as I can walk. So, does anyone feel different? So you all would be able to understand, obviously, you can't take kind of not testifying into account for any reason. I want to move into observing witnesses testifying. Juror number 24, can you give me your name?
Martindale?
Martindale?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Martindale, have you ever had somebody lie that you knew?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you know they were lying?
It's mainly because of making a promise and then saying word. Yes.
Ever confronted anyone about lying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when they talk, how's their demeanor?
It usually depends on, I guess, feelings, reaction. They felt like they had let his life down. See many reactions.
Mr. Martin, do you have any children?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you observe, have your children ever lied? So,
yes.
Please say yes. And when they lie to you, how do you know?
Use yourself, sir.
Fidgety?
Yes, sir.
Not looking at you possible?
If you know somebody for that long, it makes it a little easier to judge behavior. People you don't know anything about it, keeps it at the level school.
Yes, I would agree. Mr. Martin, that's correct. Now, in this case, if you're selected to get your it's going to be your job to listen to the facts and determine the weight of the testimony given by each witness. So obviously, you take your prior experiences when you sit here, and you get to determine while they're testifying. Is that something you feel like?
Yes, sir.
Perfect.
And the decision is based upon that in their document, the right. So whether it's legal or not.
Oh, I'm talking about anyone.
Yeah.
Okay. Does anyone have any feelings that they wouldn't be able to judge or gauge the truthfulness of any witness or testimony? Juror number 18, can you give me your name? Sherry, would you be able to weigh the truthfulness of someone's testimony if they're a police officer?
Yes.
Okay. Would you give them more or less credibility just because they're police officers?
No.
That's short, sweet, to the point. I like that. Does anyone else have any of those specific feelings or maybe feel different? Now, the judge hit on this pretty well. Let me, juror number, Mrs. Gallo? Good thing. Ms. Gallimore, you were sent back to deliberate right now in this case. Absolutely nothing presented, just a bunch of people in suits talking to a bunch of respected jurors. What would your verdict be?
I couldn't have one,
And why?
because nothing has started, we haven't heard both sides.
Now, have you heard of something called the presumption of innocence?
Innocent until found guilty.
You said presumption of innocence?
Is that where you're going, if you're presumed innocent until
Correct.
found guilty?
Yeah, I couldn't catch the last one. So, would it be fair to say that if the state doesn't present any evidence, they haven't met that burden beyond evidence?
Correct.
Okay. And so if they haven't met their burden, present no evidence. Try speaking closer.
Hello?
It's okay, it's not an easy thing. Let's say the state of Ohio, not expecting, present absolutely no evidence. And as soon as you get back, you go to deliberate. With that presumption of innocence in mind, which the judge will instruct you on, what does your verdict have to be?
They would have to be found innocent, because we didn't have anything against them.
Okay. That's fairly close, but really, we're not determining innocence. What we're determining is whether it's guilty or not. And so, you may not like what somebody has done, but if the state hasn't met the burden, we're not determining anyone's a bad person. We're determining whether or not it's proven. Maybe a better way to say it. Do you feel like you'd be able to do that?
Yes.
Does everyone else feel this way? Does anyone feel different? I'm going to fly through this. So we already talked about beyond a reasonable doubt. State's verdict. Let's move on. Ma'am, can you hear me?
I'm in the day.
Okay. Miss Davis, what has to be proved beyond it? Okay. Guilty or not of what?
Of the charges.
Okay, correct. And I'm not trying to trick anyone. Guilty or not of the charges. And obviously, there's discussion about charges, and there's going to be more than one charge. Ma'am, just with the charges themselves, do you have any preconceived feelings just based on what? Does anyone get that? Now, charges, or what they call counts, in the indictment, are made up of certain elements, each one separate from each other. It's kind of like baking. Bake a cake, what ingredients do you need? Let's say flour, sugar, eggs. I'm going to add here. I know, terrible thing. So let's say that you have sugar, eggs, milk, and they're all mixed with water. And it's cooked, and it's actually something good. Is that cake? Without flour? No. And so, kind of gets into elements in each one of these charges. And you would have to hold the state beyond that standard, beyond a reasonable doubt on each and every one. So let's say they say there's 4 elements, A, B, C, D. And let's say the state of Ohio proves A, B, and D beyond a reasonable doubt. Absolutely no question. They haven't quite gotten C. Haven't really quite presented enough evidence on C. What would your verdict have to be on that charge? Okay, why? Okay. And what if on the other charges, there was beyond a reasonable doubt, but maybe not quite on this element of this charge? Does that change your decision? Does everyone understand that? Judging each one of these individually? Does anyone feel like they couldn't? Okay. Anyone? Walton? How are you doing? Great. Loving to be here, right? And actually, I looked at your jury questionnaire. The reason I picked that is you've got a child.
September 15th is the due date.
September 15th. So, less than a month.
Yep.
Okay. Obviously, a lot of us have been there before. Fair enough to say, fairly stressful at this point. Okay.
Yes.
I don't disagree with you in the least bit. Now, given that this is a trial, it's going to last somewhere around 2 to 3 days, yes. Are you going to be able to pay attention in this case and not maybe drift off and think about, is this your first child?
This will be my first, yes.
Okay, wow. Okay. Will you be able to pay attention in this trial, knowing obviously you have a child here is about to be doing this?
I will, yeah, I will hope my wife's doing fine. Not being with that wife, hopefully she'd be able to contact me some way if she's going
And
later.
you'll be excused for the day, and obviously, I'm fairly certain that some emergency happens.
We will select all of us, so if something happens like that, we'll do something.
I will pay attention to it.
Perfect. And again, judge is correct, there could be always something like that happens. I don't want you to worry. Okay. Just. Miss Parker?
Yes.
I just have, I wanted to make sure I understood the nature of the case that's currently pending.
Yes.
Is it a civil case or a criminal case?
At this point, I'm not sure, so it's actually 2 different ones. I was assaulted by a student and pressed charges against him, so that is going to court. And then I also filed a lawsuit against the school system that I worked in. I no longer work in that school system.
Understood. I just wanted to make sure, I thought I heard both, but I wasn't exactly sure. Can I ask you the same question?
Sure.
Are you going to be able to remain fair and impartial given that?
Sure.
Thank you all so much. I think that was your question.
All right, and Mr. Hertzberg, with the Florida Attorney General.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be difficult for me not to get some of the same questions that have been asked by both Ms. Collins, Mr. Norman, just the way that it is. I'm probably going to pick on a couple of it, that's just the way I do this. One of the first things that the judge told you, literally about 10 minutes into his remarks, is right now, innocent. I think we're all at that point. Does anybody have any problem with that? We're innocent right now. We vote right now, it's not guilty, correct? Well, you're going to hear a lot of testimony, you'll see a lot of exhibits, I would presume, and that may be sometime tomorrow or Wednesday. And once you go back to deliberate, you may go back as an individual and say, I know someone is guilty. Do you agree that you knowing that is not enough? I'm going to pick on you and tell you, I'm sorry, but you realize that that's not enough, that's not what this is about. You've heard the expression, it's not what you know, it's what you can prove. And you agree, Mr. Wagner, I'm participating in this trial right now. Literally, we have to do nothing. We have to get an opening, we don't have to question you right now, we don't have to question the first witness. You understand that? That doesn't shift anything. It's still right over here. And that term, beyond a reasonable doubt, is huge. In fact, it's the bedrock of the whole criminal justice system because we have to protect the innocent. Do you agree with that?
Okay.
And that's why the burden is so high. Now, I know you suffered the ultimate. Your husband passed away from drugs. And while this charge, some of the charges are called trafficking in drugs, calling it what it is, our clients are accused of being drug dealers. And you've said it once or probably 6 times, but you put that aside and give them not only a fair shake, but what they're entitled to under the law.
I can. I make peace with it. I'm good.
Okay. Ma'am, what about you? I believe you've got a teenager, is that right?
Yeah.
Have you struggled with drugs in the past yourself?
Yeah, I was an addict for 8 to 10 years.
Okay. And the fact that our clients are accused of dealing drugs, you still think you can have an open mind and do this? And deliberate and be fair and impartial?
I feel like I could. I hope that I could with that.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You agree with the proposition that, and this is to everybody, but we don't want people that deal in illegal drugs, we don't want them on our streets. Does anybody have a problem with that? We just don't want them. You also agree with me that you cannot shortchange the system just to get them on. Do you agree with that?
I do.
That would be worse, correct? Still has to be beyond a reasonable doubt.
Right.
Maybe you too. Anybody else have a problem with that? And I think a lot of you have been responsive, but some haven't. If we took it far enough, I would venture to guess there's nobody in this courtroom that hasn't been touched by drugs in some shape or form, either family, friend, no matter how far out, you know somebody that's been touched in a bad way by it. Just a little more on the indictment that's charging. The judge told you the indictment is not evidence. It's okay to think where there's smoke, there's fire. You understand? It's just a natural thought that we all have. Like, why would somebody be charged with something if in fact there wasn't anything there? You understand what that means? Anybody have a problem with that? And that's just a starting point. From there, everything falls to the state to make their case, so to speak.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to furnish them up here, and talk to the bench, hear some static, like noise, so that, we're not hearing them talk about. So we'll just, remain as quiet as possible, do that, and, this substantial step forward, and give you a jury selection. So, counsel, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got 12 jurors and an alternate selected. We need one more. And so the next person up will be the prime member. Since you haven't had a chance to take questions from the attorney, thank you. So this on what they have to say.
Ms. Reinheimer? Yes. I'm not calling up to see over both of their heads. Do you remember some of the questions that I had asked previously? Okay. And one of the questions I believe that the judge asked first this morning, and you started to answer and then stopped, was that you've been involved in a case that involves the state of Ohio. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And that case involves your brother. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you hold a grudge against the state of Ohio for what happened?
Not at all.
In your jury questionnaire, you referred to your, I believe that you said something about your brother being the victim of a crime, or being the victim in a case.
Moral was not the victim.
No. So, do you hold a grudge against the state of Ohio for prosecuting him? Not at all. Okay. Is there anything that the state or defense should be concerned about if you were chosen as a juror today? Thank you.
I have nothing.
Nothing wrong. All right. We have a jury. So the way we're going to see the jurors are going to sit over here. And so those of you who are excused from the first 12, you would just with the line of counsel go out this way before the juror possible. So let's see. Start Mr. Howell, you're excused. Mr. Shepard, you're excused. Mr. Lutton, you're excused. Mr. Hurst, you're excused. Ms. Clinton, you're excused. Ms. Blankenship, you're excused. Now, the other jurors, as I read your name, I'm going to identify the seat that you're going to go into. And so in seat number 1, there at the end of the front row will be Donna Dean. Next to her in seat number 2 will be Sharon Rippey. Going to seat 7, which will be the third row closest to the window over there, for the county. In seat number 8, Thomas Lutz. And seat number 9, Russell Farah. Number 11, in the middle and back row, Caleb Wolves. Stop there, make sure I count correctly. Yes, okay. Then, as I mentioned, we're going to see 2 alternates today. And the alternates will be seated over here. The first alternate is going to be Mrs. Stoltz. You remain where you are. The second alternate will be Mrs. Reinheimer, and you have a seat over there. So the others of you that are there on this side, and all the rest of you that have your names ready, you may leave. I should have said that together, but I think again, we go today. And you may move up a little closer if you want to sit in the first row or the second row, as you decide if you want to do that, so you get a little closer. Because that's where you can see, we've done this during COVID. If you would move over to the right, to your left there, let's move to self vertical. Okay, all right, so just we'll do that. All right, then this time, Mr. Potts is going to administer the oath to you. Awesome.
Please rise. Raise your right hand. Do each of you swear or affirm that you will diligently inquire into and carefully deliberate all matters between the state of Ohio and Wesley A. Howard and Christopher R. Hurston? Do you swear or affirm you will do this to the best of your skill and understanding, without bias or prejudice, under the penalties of perjury, so help you God? If so, please answer, I do.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to give you the opening instructions then at this point, since you are now the jury that will try this case. First of all, jury service may be strange to some of you, so this is a short explanation to help you understand how the trial will be conducted. Those who participate in a trial are required to do so in accordance with the established rules. That's true of witnesses, lawyers, the judge, and the jury. Lawyers will present the evidence according to the rules. The judge enforces those rules and determines what evidence may be admitted. Now, you will be the sole judges of the facts, credibility of the witnesses and testifying, and the weight to be given to that testimony. And I'll instruct you at the end of the case regarding the law. You'll apply that law to the facts that have been admitted in evidence. Now, as jurors, it's your sworn duty to accept the law as it is given to you by the court. Now, the procedure for the trial will be as follows. We will have the attorneys outline what they expect the evidence to be in this case. That's called opening statement. Now, opening statement is not evidence, it's not an argument. It's simply a preview of what each party feel will be in the case, and it's designed to help you follow the evidence as it is presented. Now, after the opening statements, the state will offer evidence, and then the defendants may, need not offer evidence. If either defendant offers evidence, then the state may present rebuttal evidence, but it's not required. Then the trial will conclude with the court giving instructions about the law. Then hear the closing arguments of the attorneys. Then you will give the final instructions of the law as to how to deliberate and to reach verdict. Then after that, you will deliberate. Now, the procedure for questioning witnesses will be as follows. The party that calls the witness will ask questions first. That's referred to as the direct examination. After that party's done asking questions, then the opposing parties may ask questions, and then that's called cross-examination. Now, after cross-examination is concluded, the state or defense, whichever all these witness, that party then may ask additional questions. That's called redirect examination, and that concludes the examination. Jurors are not permitted to ask questions in case occur to. Now, during the trial, it's highly likely attorneys will make objections. This is the procedure by which the attorneys raise legal issues that are being determined by the judge. Now, it's not like I just sit there and make up a line of what I think is the best thing to do, or what's in my own opinion as to how it should go. I am bound, as you are, by the law. So I will decide those issues based upon rules of evidence, statute, and other rules that apply. Now, if I say that the objection is sustained, that means that I determine that the question and or the likely answer is not permitted under the rules. If I say overruled, then I determine that both are permitted and the evidence will come in. The answer will be permitted. Now, it's quite common for a witness to be answering a question and objection is made as the answer being given, or they start to answer before the attorney can give the objection in. If that occurs, and I say that the objection is sustained, then you'll be instructed at the end of the case, perhaps during the trial, to disregard that testimony. Or I say that it's stricken. What that means then is that when you deliberate, that evidence or that answer that was stricken or your code full disregard cannot be considered. Now, if you know that you're not computers or the one that believe, the answer now is not there. But what it means is that during your deliberation, when 12 jurors deliberate, someone mentions that answer, then that's where you say, no, that is not to be considered because it was objection sustained and the testimony was stricken. Now, it's important that you be fair and attentive to the trial, and during the trial, during breaks, you're not to discuss this case on yourself or with anyone else. Now, if you're a person that texts or posts on social media, you're not to do that during the trial either. We don't even want you to go out and say, hey, I spent the day in the courthouse during deliberation because someone that's a friend or follower or whatever the term that may be in that particular social media platform might say, oh, it's about such and such a case, and I need this case. And then they might say something not knowing that it would be a problem. So don't even tell anybody that you're actually, you can say that you're in jury duty, that's why you're not at work, or not at home, for dinner or something, or for lunch or something like that. But you're not, try not to post anything on media about your social media, about your service. You're not to talk with anyone else during breaks, don't do it on breaks, at home. Yeah, you can tell them that you're serving on the jury, but you're not permitted to discuss it until the end of the case. And I know former judge, not sort of an attorney at college, talked about, he actually had a call behind the juror who said, please tell my wife I'm not on the case. She said she was on the jury last year, she wanted to talk about it. The judge had explained to her that that was after you reached her, things are not talking about it. Once you reach her, you can talk about it if you want, but not until the verdict has been reached. So you're not to talk about it with anyone. Even among each other. You may think, well, why is that? We're going to make that decision. Well, the reason for that is that it's not proper to discuss it until the case has been totally presented and you receive all the instructions. That time, that's when we discuss it, because we were able to discuss it during breaks or at lunch or whatever. That would be proper because you don't have it. And again, it's kind of like being patient. You know, it's one of the things that aggravates me about media 24/7, 365 news cycle we have here, that as soon as something happens, everybody thinks every bit of that case ought to be presented out in the public domain, basically try the case in 24 hours. And it's not possible. And it's not proper. Because we're here to decide this case based on what is introduced here today. And come on. And we're absolutely no second point. So until we have all the evidence, until you've heard the arguments, until you've heard the instruction of the judge, you don't know how you're supposed to conduct deliberations. So we're probably going to talk about that between yourself while the case is on. And again, I explain that to your family and friends. How you can call to work or your family or and have plans to be a meeting or something and say, well, we can't do it on jury service and that's how the case is and everything else. Now, in the event that you, and again, during the trial, you're not to read anything about the case, leave it in the papers or online. Do it again with online media, you often get stories that go online pretty quickly by papers, but you're instructed not to read the papers themselves or anything online, whether it be on papers or any other website. Not to view and television stories if we have any about the case out, we will, if there should be, or any radio reports. Again, don't look at any social media sites where the subject of the trial might be specific. It's more likely that people that know about the case may say something out there. Don't read any of those comments. Because again, the case is decided only on the evidence that comes out in the case during the trial and the law that the judge is to. Now, in the event, and it happens occasionally, somebody will lunch or be walking down the street or goes to a meeting and somebody sees it and says, oh, well, you know, if you're on that case involving so-and-so, you know, I know about that, and it makes me comment. Or you may hear two people talking about this happened once, the rest of them have lunch with people, that's what we're talking about. If something like that happens, report it to bailiff, and I will then discuss it with the attorneys to determine talk with you about that and the things apart. Now, one thing I'll say is this: if you're not sure whether you should report something, report it. Don't ask advice or failure, because if you do and you say something to them, then we will have to have each juror, as you mentioned that too. Again, I had a case quite a few years ago, about 30 years ago, as a prosecutor. We had 12 jurors, 3 lawyers, and it happened at lunchtime. And instead of reporting it to the bailiff, the juror came back and said, hey, you know, we're all back in juror and said, you know, this person came up and said, blah, 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 and I guess I talked to the judge. Well, we spent the whole afternoon questioning 15 jurors. And I think there were 2 defendants in that case. So we lost the whole afternoon of trial. So that's why you shouldn't do that, because you might have to, you know, inquire as to everything. And we don't want to have you have to suffer through that any more than we want to have to go through. Now, I don't bet no taking of trials in short duration. Again, this is going to be 2 days probably at most in terms of testimony, evidence. And the reason I do that is I did my own example when I was in undergraduate Hillsborough High School, went to Ohio State. My first class up there, you know, I was pretty intimidated by what was going on, and I started writing down everything the rest of my first couple of classes, so. And once I realized, when I went back and looked at it the next day, is, you know, I wrote down a whole bunch of stuff that really isn't all that important. And I lost students that I probably wasn't paying attention to the things the professor talked about, but I needed. So, you know, I don't know if you're that way, but I find myself, as an attorney, I don't have to say this answer, because I've learned to be able to listen and learn at the same time. Although my handwriting suffers often, I can't read my notes, but it is hard to do 2 things, so we don't wish to do 2 things at once. Now, you've seen that we have bench conference when we select the jury. And from time to time, that may happen. May happen if there's an objection. The attorney wants to present arguments to the court about what the answer might be. And why, or maybe about the logistical issue or something like that. But don't think that it's about something that you should hear. Anything you should hear, you will hear. But one of the reasons we do it that way is if there's an objection, and I may need to know what is it that the answer might be when we make our rule in the law. And if you let them do that all in front of you, then that's something else that I'm going to tell you to disregard. And sometimes those discussions can be 2 or 3 or 5 minutes. And then that's a whole lot of stuff you're hearing that we're going to tell you that we're not allowed to consider. So it's again to help you avoid having information that you shouldn't have. If you should have it, you will get it. And if I determine that you should not, then you will. Okay, so with that, it's 11:32. I want to go ahead and have the attorneys do the statements before we break the conference. Now, opening statements again are they are simply the preview or outline, if you will, of what the attorneys think the evidence will be about, but they are not. Alright, so the state goes first, since they have to go through, so all three do our statement. Alright, proceed.
May it please the court, defense counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. This now begins the trial and the state proving that Wesley Howard and Christopher Hertzler worked together to further their criminal activity of selling methamphetamine in Highland County. The case we are presenting is complicated, it's detailed, and it will require you to do 2 things. Follow the meth and follow the money. Now this is what the Highland County Task Force, the U.S. 23 Major Crimes Task Force, the Highland County Sheriff's Office, the Hillsborough Police Department, and the Greenfield Police Department worked on for almost a year. They followed the money, they followed the meth, and it all led back to Hertzler and Howard. The testimony and evidence will make it clear that on at least 3 separate dates, November the 6th, November the 9th, and November the 12th, Howard supplied Hertzler with methamphetamine, and Hertzler then sold that methamphetamine to undercover civilians who were working with law enforcement. On October 9th of 2020, Wesley Howard and Stephen Debo together sold to an undercover informant and an undercover detective. Then, on November 1st, Howard alone sold to an undercover civilian. Finally, on November 16th of 2020, Hertzler alone sold to an undercover civilian. The October 9th deal, the Holtfield deal, actually takes place on Johnson Street in Hillsborough and is the meeting of Stephen Debo and Wesley Howard. Wesley is driving Stephen in his Jaguar. And our CI and Detective Larry McGarvey are in his undercover vehicle. The November 1st, 2020 deal, the Kroger deal, takes place in Howard's white Ford Taurus show in the Kroger parking lot. The November 6th, 2020 deal, the cartoon deal, takes place in Hertzler's house. His kids are there. Howard delivers the meth. Hertzler goes out to gets it out of Howard's car, brings it back in, and the deal takes place. The November 9th, 2020 deal, the KFC deal, takes place at Kentucky Fried Chicken here in Highland County, less than 1,000 feet from the FRS Connection School. And again, Hertzler goes to Howard's house, picks up the meth, brings it back, and delivers it to our CI in the parking lot at KFC. The November 12th, 2020 deal, the stop sign deal. This takes place with Hertzler, who comes from Howard's house, meets our CIs at a stop sign, and then returns to Howard's house after the deal. And finally, the November 16th, 2020, Are You Working with the Cops deal, takes place at Hertzler's home, and again, his children are there. Now, in these drug deals, you will learn that the amount of methamphetamine being sold and bought is more substantial than needed for personal use. In other words, both Howard and Hertzler would have known that a person would not be buying this amount of meth, the amount that we were buying, because we were an addict and we were going to use this. They would have known we are reselling it. And this is actually mentioned during the deals. This is the amount of meth being sold as a business, sold as a way to make a profit. In fact, this business venture paid for a Cadillac, a Ford Taurus show, a Jaguar, a Chevy Malibu. It paid for rent. It paid for living expenses. You will learn that Howard and Hertzler have not filed income taxes for the past 3 years, and yet they still accumulated assets. Now, we spent nearly $2,600 purchasing meth from them in just 6 deals. It's about 2 hours total of deals. About $1,300 an hour for these two. You will learn that when our CI asked Stephen Debo to get him a large amount of meth and to start a long-term relationship with the supplier, Debo immediately went to Howard because Howard was the only person he knew that carried that kind of weight, that had that much at a time. You will see video and you will hear audio recordings of these buys as they are happening. Recordings are not great. Steven Spielberg's not directing these. They're secret cameras held by untrained undercover civilians. But it will be made clear what is happening. Again, sometimes the language is rough and it may be offensive. But this is the lifestyle of Howard and Hertzler. And the undercover civilians are playing a role. They have a job to complete. Their job is to buy the drugs and to stay safe. Now finally, you will hear from investigator Randy Sanders, who spent months putting this case together. You will understand the significance of evidence collected, like a money counter, little books of known drug users. You will understand the significance of the money that was spent and the amount of meth being exchanged in this case. Now, the defense is going to point out things wrong with the CI, the yeah, but defense. They get paid for buying drugs. They're prior addicts. This is just a way of taking attention and focus off of where it should be, squarely on Howard and Hertzler. After you have seen the evidence, you've heard the testimony, you reviewed the videos and audio and all of the exhibits in this case, I am confident you will come to only one conclusion. Both Christopher Hertzler and Wesley Howard are guilty of multiple counts of trafficking or selling methamphetamine. And both are guilty of multiple counts of possessing that methamphetamine. And both are guilty of engaging in a pattern of theft activity. Thank you.
All right, hold on, Ms. Howard.
Thank you. Members of the jury, this case started with already having that my client, Wesley Howard, is some sort of drug kingpin. Problem being is that the evidence doesn't show this. And what you're going to see is the immediate focus of this expensive, year-long investigation, multiple officers, multiple CIs, that they're trying to prove that my client, Mr. Howard, is a drug kingpin to Ireland. That he's somehow gathering large amounts of money and distributing it, possibly Mr. Hertzler, giving to everyone. And in the state's opening, follow the money, follow the money. I think that's important because that's something you should focus on. Because when you move to this money, what you're going to see that there was a search warrant conducted on Mr. Howard's house on September 13, 2012. They had marked bills that they used in all of these bonds. What you're not going to see is that these marked bills were present in Mr. Howard's home. Involved in drugs. What you're going to see in the search of this house is that there was no drugs to be found. They searched that house top to bottom, took all pictures. Couldn't find one thing to test. The state, throughout this case, wants you to believe Mr. Howard and Mr. Hertzler are operating some sort of drug company, some sort of narcotics operation. When a search warrant was found, not one ounce of drugs or not one piece of money that was bought, called my money, was found. Now, let's get into these drug transactions. And you're going to see in this, I'm not going to tell you this case is complicated. What you're going to see is a bunch of undercover buys set up by CIs. CIs that are paid by the state to match their conclusion. CIs that are possibly charged with crimes and they're providing information where you break. But in all of these buys that the prosecutor went through, Wesley Howard is only seen one. And that's the November 1st buy program. All of these other buys are based upon what the state thinks. Buy on November 6th, at what is believed to be Mr. Hertzler's house. They believe that this house, Mr. Howard, he's operating this one because a car associated with it is there. Now, I'm hearing about the license plate of this car. You're not going to hear any testimony about Mr. Howard even being in that. not gonna see any text communication about inner workings between Herzler and Howard, negotiating this price, dropping it all. You're gonna see none of it. The state wants you to believe that they're having some sort of deal. There's some sort of enterprise here because it fits in with their narrative. Then on November 9th, I believe it's called the KFC bar. There's no sign of my client, Mr. Howard, here in this bar. The only connection they have is that Mr. Herzler was at my client's house sometime around that month. No text messages, no phone logs of them. No recorded conversations between the two of them about how they're trying to work this out. Just proximity. The November 12th deal is fairly the same. The state's theory is when Mr. Herzler shows up to Mr. Howard's house, he's got to be involved. He's got to be involved. Well, that would all make sense. They went to the house, and they served the search warrant, brought out large amounts, frankly, any amount, of drugs from his house. Say what you believe that Mr. Howard is running some sort of highly complex, high amount drug trafficking ring. And when they search his house, they find approximately $1,000, find a money counter, scale they never test, no drugs. They don't even test for drugs. Now, how is it that Mr. Howard is this drug kingpin? He doesn't have.
Just warming your argument there.
Yes, sir.
So you say not argument.
Thank you. But what you are going to see is that there was $1,000. You are going to see that Mr. Howard has some vehicles. What the state may not tell you is that these vehicles are salvage titles. Salvage titles are vehicles that were extreme disrepair that Mr. Howard fixed himself. You're not going to see any evidence of Mr. Howard going for a Jaguar dealership to buy a Jag. What you're going to see is that Mr. Howard works on cars, which is a cash business. And possibly, he doesn't report all that cash on his taxes. The state wants you to believe is that there is a engaging pattern of corrupt activity. Mr. Howard, Mr. Herzler are in an enterprise. Problem being, there's not going to be any evidence to show conversations that would show. So text messages, just people at houses in order. So we go text messages between their undercover buyers that they're paying. Mr. Howard or Mr. Herzler said, let me check with Chris, let me check with Wesley. It's not going to be it. When you take all the evidence in this case, and you hold the state to their stand, beyond a reasonable doubt, they're not going to be able to show that. The fact is, you're not going to see Mr. Howard have enjoyed almost all of these drugs, all except for one. They're not gonna be able to show Mr. Howard's committed some sort, they're not gonna be able to show enterprise. Which is why at the end of this case, even if you don't like what Mr. Howard may have done, maybe you don't like, and didn't report on his taxes, I'm asking you to weigh the facts. Return a verdict. Thank you.
Okay, now we have to put first.
Thank you, Council. I think there was some times when a trial like this and I'm involved in it, I think that my job is pretty hard. It's not really. You folks have an incredibly difficult job today. You've already heard from Ms. Collins and I put another council. Howard, Bertha, undercover people, drugs, buys cars, tapes, audio, all kinds of stuff that you're going to get flooded with. You have to absorb all of this stuff. These are called the facts of the cases the judge told you earlier today. When all that's been presented, then the judge is going to give you what we call the law. You've already heard explain that a little bit. That's what we call jury instructions. And this is nothing on the judge. We've already got a copy of them as lawyers. They're about this thick. It's about the most boring thing you're ever going to hear. But without doubt, it's the most important thing you're going to hear. Because he's going to tell you how to take the law on each one of these charges and applying all the stuff you just heard. And specifically what he's going to define for you is proof beyond a reasonable doubt of all of the elements. So I think it was already hit on. If there's 4 elements in a case, the state doesn't get by within 3 of them. Well, that'd be 750 if we were batting baseball, that'd be great. The state's got about 1,000. They got to hit every one of them. If they can't on any particular case, that means not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure by the time you've heard all of this room's going to be filled with doubt, this room's going to be filled with reasonable doubt, and it's going to be up to you to figure that out. And with all the doubt in here, that's going to result in verdicts of not guilty. And you folks need to figure out and tell us what happened with all these particular buys, and it's just not going to happen. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, the opening statements again are not evidence and not be considered as such information. We're going to break for lunch. We'll ask attorneys and parties to make the next sheet. We're going to discuss after the hearing. But you can go wherever you want for lunch. You can use your cell phones, access the internet. This helps you look up anything about the case or anything you may have heard about the case. Don't discuss it with anyone else. Remember all the instructions I gave you just a little while ago about what you can do, what you can't do. Like you come back and forth with 1 o'clock. Thank you. Be ready to go back to that. While you're at it. This time, please, and be back at 1 o'clock.
Please rise. Keep us.
And just go on. I'm going to say it. Go ahead. Please. Okay, I'm just going to do a couple housekeeping things here. First of all, I believe our discussion change related to the stipulations regarding change questions.
That's the state's understanding, Your Honor. We got the defense and the state are stipulating to chain of custody.
That's kind of state, Your Honor.
Morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So we'll answer any witnesses. We're just basically taking it back and forth.
That's correct.
Secondly, is there a stipulation as to the offenses regarding the age of children? And we'll talk about that for the off-record chambers. Are you stipulating the age of children? And what about the school system? Is that going to be stipulated?
It doesn't. The same witness would Yep, put all that evidence in, so if one's not stipulated to, I'll be asking the same with Mrs. Sanders.
Now, the other thing I had a question about on forfeiture, the social performance, is, I'm trying to remember the previous trial that I just struck on one car was all. There's only found one in my report, but that could be assessed last night.
You were gonna instruct on all because they're charged alternately.
4 cars.
Yes.
Okay.
We had that discussion the morning the trial started the first day. Before the trial started.
So I guess this is, I had to do it, because I just did one for the court. And I remember listening to the discussion about, I was on the defense name, or whatever name, or whatever, so.
Yes.
All right. Okay. Now, any other supervisors that discussed, very much?
Not for the state.
Okay. All right, now, so with the stipulations of the witnesses, we would only approximately, I don't know how to do exactly.
14.
Okay. So, we'll go probably 4:35 this evening, and, should be able to finish the rest of the witnesses hopefully by late morning tomorrow. Or early afternoon.
Should be moving along the same as last time, so I should be done early afternoon.
We were almost done on the second day.
It was the afternoon though.
Yeah, later in the afternoon, but again, so I think the early afternoon. Alright, so in the event that this, all applications, what's the report, we want first to have, this available, we'll have to do, this first of the same, again, so, that would my task would be that, at least if you have a set by the end of the day, maybe pushing it to try to get the jury, we'll see. All right. We'll break it back on off.
Please rise.
I'm fine.
Pardon me?
Yes.
I'm not sure. After about an hour, it doesn't matter. I'm sure it's not uncomfortable to do, maybe we'll be after here a while. Oh, yeah. Okay. Administrator's a little sore, maybe addiction. Professor of college says, now tell you, first day, I don't mind if you look at your watch. So when you take it off and shake it, see if it's still working, then I'll get upset. Well, I'll tell you what, you give me the thumbs up when you have it right.
That worked. I never noticed when you said that, but yeah.
When I came in this morning, on the hallway, they had 4 pieces.
Oh, wow. You get this one?
More. Here you go. Awesome job.
I'm good, better for that.
You blame it on me. I'm not a professional, but when they're crooked, I can't see them.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. She's not. She's not. I have this too. I have. My hands are small.
Okay, put it on box.
They might have told me today, those are my size. I think I got it.
Yes.
No, we put them all together and then I label everything and stuff.
Oh, that makes sense.
Oh, gosh.
Hey, Heather, go downstairs and get that house. First. Give us just some minutes to bring it back. I want to show you what that is. Hey, Ben.
Please rise.
Thank you, seat please. Okay, we're back on record. Illustrate, which is Howard and Hertzberg. Testimony.
State House Michelle Taylor.
Just one in for a moment.
Yes.
All right, so you appear, please. We'll hold the microphone there for the last part of that. And this is being broadcast on YouTube.
No, I don't.
Okay, thanks. All right, you may start.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Michelle Taylor.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed?
I am employed at the Ohio BCI, the Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
If you can move back just a little bit so you see where the microphone, speaking now over there. There you go.
How long have you been employed with BCI?
I've been employed for almost 11 years and 10 years as a forensic scientist.
What is your background, your education?
I went to the Ohio State University. I have a forensic biology degree. And then I also have a chemistry minor.
Have you testified in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in substance identification and measurement?
Yes, I have.
During your time at BCI, have you completed any sort of testing programs?
Yes, when I first started, I did an in-house training program, and since then I've done continuous education online and like seminars.
And you've been successful in those testing programs that you've completed?
Yes, I have.
At this time, I would ask the court to declare Ms. Taylor an expert in substance identification and measurement.
Objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. So, proceed.
Ms. Taylor, does BCI have a written procedure manual for substance identification and measurement that you must follow?
Yes, we do.
And is this like a lab protocol that you follow?
Yes.
And did you follow the lab protocol in the case that you're here about today?
Yes, I did.
When you receive an item into the lab for testing, what steps do you follow?
When an item is received into the lab, it is taken in by our evidence receiving section, where it is given the BCI number and all the information is put into the system. It is then put into our drug chemistry vault, where it sits and waits until I go to pull it, and when I pull the case, I pull the evidence, and then go to process the evidence.
And do you follow the exact same steps in each case, in each testing that you complete?
Yes, I do.
And is this a method that's been approved by BCI?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
Okay.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
It has, this is my lab report and my notarized statement, and it has all my names and markings in this case.
And is that a report that you prepared in connection with your testing in this case?
Yes, it is.
And is it a report is a report like that generated each time you do a test at BCI?
Yes, it is.
Can you tell from looking at that when the evidence was received at BCI?
Yes, I can.
When was that?
It was submitted on November 20th, 2020 by Officer Clint Sharp.
Next to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
The evidence that goes along with this report.
So the evidence that you referred to in State Exhibit 1 is what's labeled in State Exhibit 2?
That is correct.
Now, when you received State Exhibit 2 into evidence into the lab at BCI, did you use the test or the testing methods that you previously talked about to discuss that, or to test that, to test State Exhibit 2?
I have not talked about testing.
Okay, no, not the testing methods, but the protocols, the steps that you follow when you first get evidence into BCI. Did you follow those steps with State Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you perform a test of State Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did.
And what sort of test did you perform?
On this evidence, I performed a chemical test and an instrumental test.
And what's a chemical test?
A chemical test is when you take a little bit of the substance and add a chemical reagent to see if color change.
Okay, and what are you looking for with a color change?
You could be looking for all different types of reactions, but there's no substances that turn specific colors.
Okay, and when you're testing for, let's say, meth, what color are you looking for?
For one reagent, you're looking for orange.
Okay, and did you complete that test with State Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did.
And following that test, what was the next instrument test that you're referring to?
I did an instrumental test on this. This is where you take a small amount of substance, put it in a liquid, and then that liquid is injected into an instrument where it is separated so it can identify each compound within the substance. And then I report that out.
And after you completed the testing, instrument test, what were the results of that test?
I found it was found to contain methamphetamine.
And were you able to ensure that the testing that you were performing is being done properly?
Yes.
And how do you ensure that?
You can perform all different quality checks along the way, but specifically for the instrument, you run blanks beforehand and make sure the instrument is working properly, and these are the sorts of checks that we do on a weekly and monthly basis.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of State Exhibit 2?
Yes, I can.
And what is that?
Methamphetamine.
Now next, did you weigh what is contained in State Exhibit 2?
Yes, I did.
When you weigh a substance, do you weigh it in the bag that it's brought to you in?
No, every weight that is reported unless stated is the net weight, which is just the weight of the substance. It is always removed from the packaging.
So did you remove State Exhibit 2 from the packaging and then weigh it?
Yes, I did.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of State Exhibit 2?
Yes.
And what is that?
6.77 grams.
And is that contained there in your BCI report number 1?
Yes, it is.
And what did you do with State Exhibit 2 after you analyzed it?
I repackaged it, sealed it up, and returned it to our drug evidence vault.
May I approach?
Okay.
I'm next to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 3 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is my report and notarized statement for this case.
And is this a report that you prepared in connection with the testing that you did in this case?
Yes, it is.
And is this a report that's generally prepared by you when you complete testing in a case like this?
Yes, it is.
And again, how was this evidence, or when was this evidence received at the lab?
This evidence was submitted on November 20th, 2020 by Officer Clint Sharp.
Next in hand was previously been marked as State Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize that?
It has the BCI barcode labels and my initials and handwriting pertaining to this case.
And previously with State's Exhibit 2, you discussed testing procedures, instrument and chemical. Did you perform the same test on State's Exhibit 4?
Yes, I did.
And again, when you used the chemical reactant, what color were you looking for?
Orange.
And did that show orange?
Yes, it did.
Did you then do the instrument test?
Yes, I did.
And what were the results of the instrument test?
That it was found to contain methamphetamine.
And again, did you ensure that you were completing the testing properly?
Yes.
Could you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of State's Exhibit 4?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
That it was found to contain methamphetamine.
And did you then weigh State's Exhibit 4?
Yes.
Did you remove it from the bag before you weighed it?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 4?
It weighed 6.98 grams.
And again, what did you do with this evidence after you analyzed it?
I repackaged it, sealed it up, and then put it back in our drug industry vault.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 7 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is my report and notarized statement for this case.
And again, did you report that, or did you complete that report in connection with testing that you performed in this case?
Yes.
And according to your report, when was this evidence received by the lab?
It was submitted on November 20th, 2020 by Officer Clinchard.
Next in hand, it was previously been marked as State's Exhibit 8 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is the evidence associated with this lab report.
And how do you recognize it to be that?
It has our BCI barcode and item label, and then my handwriting and initials.
And previously you discussed a chemical test and an instrument test that you complete. Did you complete both of those tests with State's Exhibit 8?
Yes, I did.
And what color were you looking for when you did the chemical test?
Orange.
And did that show orange?
Yes.
And when you completed the instrument test, what were the results of that?
That it was found to contain methamphetamine.
Did you determine if you were doing the test properly?
Yes.
And were you doing the test properly?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substances contained in State's Exhibit 8?
Yes.
What is that?
That it was found to contain methamphetamine.
Did you then weigh State's Exhibit 8?
Yes.
And did you remove it from the bag first?
Yes, I did.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 8?
It weighed 6.87 grams.
And again, what did you do with State's Exhibit 7 after you completed your testing?
I sealed it back up and then returned it to the drug industry vault.
State has no further questions.
All right, Mr. Moore, we have
No question, Charles. Thank you.
all right, we said that. Next witness?
Stanton, you sir? You can just put that stuff right there.
Yes, please. You sworn in,
I was.
That seat there. And, this is being broadcast on YouTube here.
Please state your name for the record.
Stanton Weisler,
And can you spell your first and last name?
Stanton, Weasler.
Are you currently employed?
I am.
Where are you employed?
Employed in the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation.
And what does the Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation do?
A number of things, specifically what I do is I test submitted evidence on present substances.
How long have you been employed with BCI?
12 years.
And what is your background in education?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry from The Ohio State University, which I obtained in 2007. Did you say just education? On YouTube?
And your background.
I worked for 2.5 years at a pharmaceutical company where I tested drug ingredients as to their identity and purity before they were made into pharmaceutical products. And then I worked at BCI since then.
And have you testified in court before?
I have.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in substance identification and measurement?
I have.
Have you continued to complete courses and testing programs since being employed at PCI?
Yes, so we have both internal and external proficiency testing programs, which I've completed every year since I was signed off to the case.
At this time, I would ask the court to declare Mr. Weisler an expert in substance identification and measurement.
No.
Okay. Does BCI have a written procedural manual for substance identification and measurement? And a certain lab protocol that you must follow?
Yes.
And do you follow that protocol and the procedure manual each time you do a test?
I do.
When you receive an item into the lab for testing, what steps do you follow?
So once it's received in the laboratory, which means our evidence receiving gave it a BCI case number and stored it securely until it's ready for use. I find the case needs to be worked, place them into my custody, and then I'll start working them. Starting usually with visual exam, see what it looks like. Go on to weigh it, and depending on what I saw, I'll do a series of tests appropriately based on my initial observations.
And do you follow these same steps in each case in which you have to test?
Yes.
May I coach? I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as States Exhibit 5 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a copy of the report I prepared in one of the cases we're discussing today.
And is this a report that you prepare each time that you do a test at BCI?
Yes.
Can you tell from that when the evidence was received by the lab?
I can.
And when was that?
November 20th, 2020.
And next I'm going to do is previously been marked as States Exhibit 6 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the corresponding evidence that matches the report 6-5.
Now, did you do, were you asked to do certain chemical tests or instrument tests on States Exhibit 6?
I was. I did the marquee chemical test and gas chromatography and mass spectrometry.
Can you first tell us what the chemical test does?
Sure. The chemical test is a marquee reagent. It's a mixture of sulfuric acid and formaldehyde. It reacts in colors for certain types of drugs. For example, for heroin, in a purple color, methamphetamine is an orange color, and then for different other types of drugs, there's different colors.
And did you do the chemical test on States Exhibit 6?
I did.
And what color did you receive?
Received orange.
After that, did you do the instrument test?
Yes, I did a gas chromatograph mass spectrometer, CMS.
Okay, and can you tell us quickly what that is?
It's a scientific instrument. The GC, half of that, separates components of mixture into components. The analogy that we often give in testimony actually would really work with small real life. If you did a cake, you inject in the front end, out the back end would separate into flour and eggs and sugar and milk, different ingredients. It would separate it for you. And then the detector is a mass spectrometer, and that is basically a chemical sledgehammer that breaks molecules into small bits, and those small bits of the molecule you get form unique patterns based on what the original starting molecule was.
And did you perform that test on States Exhibit 6? And before I ask you the results, how do you know that you are doing the testing properly, that it's not contaminated, things like that?
So before any injection of the case sample or of a known standard, we run a blank. Let's say this has everything that went into the case sample I prepared except for the piece of the evidence itself. That has nothing in it. And then when I run the sample afterwards, it has all the same chemicals, plus some of the States Exhibit 6 in it. I have a peak that says methamphetamine.
So you were able to ensure that you were doing the testing properly?
Yes.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in States Exhibit 6?
It contains methamphetamine.
And after you test a substance, do you weigh it then?
I actually weigh it for you. So the testing I described consumes small amounts of the sample. So the first step.
So you weigh it first?
So you weigh it first, and then you start.
Okay. When you weigh it, do you weigh it in that bag?
I removed it from the bag, so it's just a substance, no bag.
And did you perform a measurement and weight of State's Exhibit 6?
I did.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of State's Exhibit 6?
Yes, it was 13.90 grams plus or minus 0.04 grams.
And after you analyzed State's Exhibit 6, what did you do with it?
So I sealed it up to show that I placed it in a secure location and I can see what day I did it. So here I placed my initials, the date, 24th of March 2021, and then I returned it to the temporary storage location where later staff works and evidence receiving, locating other evidence submitted by the Hillsborough Police Department for pick up the next time the police department comes to drop off and pick up the next.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit. As State's Exhibit 9 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a report of the management discussion that I prepared.
And again, is this a report that you generally prepare after you complete testing in a case?
It is.
And when you look at that, can you tell when the evidence was received by the lab?
Yeah, it was also submitted November 20, 2020.
I'm next going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 10 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is the corresponding evidence to the report and State's Exhibit 9.
And for State's Exhibit 9, for State's Exhibit 10, did you complete the instrument and chemical test that you previously discussed?
I did.
And what was the result of the chemical test?
The result of the chemical test was an orange color.
And when you completed the instrument test, were you able to say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what is contained within State's Exhibit 10?
I was.
And what is that?
Methamphetamine.
And prior to testing it, did you weigh State's Exhibit 10?
I did.
And when you weighed it, did you remove it from the bag?
I did.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of State's Exhibit 10?
Yes, 3.50 grams plus or minus 0.04 grams.
And after you analyzed State's Exhibit 10, what did you do with it?
I sealed it up and returned it the same way.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No question, thank you. No, yes, sir.
Next witness.
Pamela Farley.
Sorry, say again.
Pamela Farley.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
See up there, please. Now lean back there, pull back, start to use like that, like, or seat now over the back. This proceeding is broadcast on YouTube, here, right, make sure it's so, we have name card.
Could you please state your name for the record? Could you spell your first and last name, please?
Pamela, Farley, Farley.
And are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where at?
The Ohio Bureau of Criminal Investigation, which is also referred to as BCI.
And in what capacity are you employed at BCI?
I am a forensic chemist.
And how long have you been employed at BCI?
Right around 4.5 years.
And what is your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Forensic Science, which I obtained from Defiance College in May of 2008.
And have you testified in court before?
Yes.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in substance identification and measurement?
Yes.
Since being employed at BCI, have you completed any type of program, training, testing programs?
Yes, we go through in my case, it would be a reduced training program because I have previous work experience as a forensic chemist. But we also do yearly proficiency tests, which are both internal and external.
And have you been successful in those testing programs?
Yes.
At this time, I would ask the court to declare Pamela Farley an expert in substance identification and measurement. No objection. Does BCI have a written procedure manual for substance identification and measurement?
Yes.
And is there essentially a lab protocol that you must follow every time you're analyzing a substance?
Yes.
Did you follow lab protocol in this case?
Yes.
When you receive an item into the lab for testing, can you explain what the steps are that you follow?
Our evidence is brought into the laboratory by various law enforcement agencies. It is hand-delivered most commonly. Our evidence receiving staff will begin the process of logging that item into our LIMS system, which is Laboratory Information Management System. Essentially an electronic database that carries all case information, where electronic barcodes are printed so that evidence can be tracked throughout its stay in the laboratory. They will enter in appropriate information provided by the agency, which will include the agency case number, suspect information, item descriptions, and then the evidence is scanned to a storage area where it will remain until an analyst goes ahead and takes that evidence into their custody. Once that's done, I will assign the case to myself, and I will begin doing an inventory on the evidence to make sure what's present in the packet or in the evidence envelope is present in front of me and also matches descriptions listed on that agency sheet.
And do you follow these steps that you just outlined each time you perform a testing on a substance?
Yes.
My approach to the witness, Your Honor. Okay. Going to hand read what has been marked as State Exhibit 74 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
And how do you recognize State Exhibit 74?
This is a copy of my report of analysis and also my affidavit or notarized statement.
And is that the report that you prepared in connection to your testing in this case?
It is, yes.
And is this also the type of report that you generally prepare in your course of business at UCI at the time you perform testing?
Yes.
And looking at State's Exhibit 74, when was the evidence received by the lab?
It was submitted on June 24th, 2022.
Now I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 92 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 92?
The electronic barcode, which is on the clear plastic outer packaging or package, bears the BCI case number, which is also listed on the report, and the heat seals on the evidence also bear my initials, case number, and date of analysis.
And did you perform a testing on State's Exhibit 92?
Yes.
Could you describe the type of testing that you performed?
I performed both a preliminary and a confirmatory test. The preliminary test, in this case, was 2 different color tests. It was called a Marquis test and then a sodium nitroprusside. And the confirmatory test is Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy, which is also commonly called FTIR.
And when you're performing what you call the preliminary test, what exactly are you looking for during that test?
This gives an analyst an idea of what class of compound may or may not be present. These are color tests, so a reagent is used and added to the substance, and if a color reaction is present, we know what color is present. If one is not present, we also note that in our analysis notes.
And in testing State's Exhibit 92, what color was present?
For the Marquis test, it turned an orange color, and the sodium nitroprusside turned blue.
And what would that indicate?
The Marquis test turning orange is indicative of amine-like compounds, and sodium nitroprusside turning blue is indicative of a secondary amine. So it just gives more information as to what type of amine compound is present.
And then the other test that you described, the confirmatory test, can you explain what that is and what you found after that test?
It's a non-destructive technique where a portion of sample is placed on a crystal. In this case, it's a small portion of diamond crystal. And infrared energy is by the instrument onto the sample, and that energy is absorbed by the sample. Bonds in the molecules that are present react a specific way when that energy is absorbed, and then it gives energy back off, which is transmitted back to the instrument detector. A series of very complex calculations are performed by the instrument, which turns that energy value into a graphical representation.
of what the structure of the molecule present is.
And when you're testing a substance, how do you determine that you're doing the test properly?
We look at we do a contamination check initially with our FTIR analysis to show that there's nothing present on the crystal that would give a false result. And then we also compare our result to a known reference standard to make sure that what we're calling or confirming a substance to be matches what a reference material notes it as.
And was your testing in this case performed properly?
Yes.
And can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the identity of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 92?
Yes.
What is that?
Amphetamine.
And when you weigh a substance, do you remove that substance from the bag before you weigh it?
Yes.
Can you say beyond a reasonable degree of scientific certainty the weight of the substance contained in State's Exhibit 92?
Yes.
And what is that?
14.00 grams plus or minus 0.05 grams.
And is that reflected in your report, which would be State's Exhibit 74?
Yes.
And finally, what did you do with the evidence in this case after you completed your analysis of it?
I repackaged everything and seal it so that nothing would potentially escape the outer packaging that it's in. It's scanned to a storage location where it will remain until the agency comes to collect that evidence or when they're submitting other pieces of evidence to give them back their case.
Thank you. Are there further questions? No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Next witness.
Tim Davis.
Counsel, will you close, please? There will be a separation with
Your Honor, I can't hear you.
All right, court does order a separation of witnesses, so all those who are participating will expect to testify, know that the parties and state representatives of the party may have side the court will discuss testimony not reviewed. And then you will proceed. Ms. Davis, you've been sworn in yet?
Yes, sir.
Not there?
Yes, sir.
All right, that's you. Please, for the microphone to you. We'll leave that with your sheet in the microphone. Thank you, Mark.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Brian Kennedy Davis.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
Hillsborough City Schools.
In what capacity?
I am the superintendent.
And how long have you been employed with the Hillsborough City School District?
Let's see, about 16 years.
And as the superintendent of Hillsborough City Schools, are you familiar with FRS Connections?
Yes.
And could you explain what FRS Connections is, please?
It is basically a day treatment facility. We have students over there that are, they are emotionally disturbed, and they receive education through us and counseling throughout the school day.
And where is FRS Connections located at?
It's right out here where the split between 50 and 124 is 149, so about the avenue, I believe the actual address.
And does FRS Connections teach an Ohio Board of Education approved curriculum?
Yes.
And as the Hillsborough City School Superintendent, do you oversee that curriculum?
Yes, we have staff members out there.
And does Hillsborough City Schools require that parents supply the school with certain records prior to a student enrolling in the school?
Yes.
Would those records include a birth certificate and social security card for each student?
Yes.
And does Hillsborough City Schools retain those records as part of their business records?
Yes.
I approach the witness, Your Honor.
Going to read what has been marked as
State's Exhibit 125. You recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize that?
This is our software where we contain all of our data at the state of Colorado, the Iowa board, that does everything from address to medical records, different things for each student.
And specifically, State's Exhibit 125, which student is that for?
Nathan Mercer.
And does that contain the admission history, birth certificate, and social security card for that student?
Yes.
Now I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 126 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, same thing.
What student is that for?
Nicholas Mercer.
And does that also contain his admission history, birth certificate, and social security card?
Yes.
And also, now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 127. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What is that?
Same thing, admissions, social security card, birth certificate for Christian.
Okay. And finally, State's Exhibit 128. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is that?
Same thing for Carson.
And our State's Exhibits 125 through 128, would these be records that were provided when the students were enrolled?
I don't take the record, but yes, that is what we have in our database and student files.
And our State's Exhibits 125 through 128, true and accurate copies of the records that are kept in the ordinary course of business of Oklahoma City School.
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
One minute, Ross.
No, you're not.
Take that out. Okay. Next witness.
Melissa Sponson.
Will you sworn in as the clerk's office?
Yes.
See you there, please. Alright, if you, please, pull that microphone and we'll go through that slides. Down all the way to the left. Voice up. Alright, and, we are, this is being broadcast on YouTube, there's, on the broadcast.
Please state your name for the record.
Melissa Sponson.
And can you spell your first and last name?
Melissa Sponsil.
And Ms. Sponsel, do you own properties in Highland County that you rent out?
Yes.
Is one of those properties at 7221 Woodland Trail?
Yes.
Is that Hillsborough?
Yes.
In August of 2020, did you rent that property to someone?
Yes.
Did you have a written lease that you filled out the terms of that rental?
Yes.
May I approach?
Okay.
I'm going to hand you, it's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 56 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
This is the lease between myself and Marshall Howard and Samantha Kirshner.
And were you present when that was signed?
Yes.
And who else was present when that was signed?
Samantha Kirshner and also my mother, Carol Silver.
Was Wesley Howard present?
Yes.
And do you see Wesley Howard in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the court? Please let the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
Sure.
And did Wesley Howard move into this house?
Yes.
And did Ms. Kirshner move in with him also?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you already answered that. Were you aware of children living in that home?
When they first moved in, Samantha Kirshner told me that she had a son.
Objections.
I'll stand. Great.
Did you see any signs of the child living in the house when you saw the house?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point did Wesley and Samantha move out of the house?
Yes.
And when was that?
That was in actually March of this year after they graduated myself.
Now during the time that Wesley Howard lived in the house at 7221 Woodland Trail, was he ever late with his rent?
No.
And do you recall how much rent he was paying?
$650 per month plus utilities.
And how did you receive payment typically? How did you pay?
Typically, they would mail me, Samantha would actually mail me a money order. Occasionally, they would pay in cash unless it would come into our office and pay.
No further questions.
One, yeah.
One second, Ron.
Questions?
Oh,
Your Honor,
from us.
Oh, sorry, you didn't have a question?
No, we have none. I just was checking with my client, Your Honor.
Oh, I thought you said you didn't have it.
We don't have any questions, thank you, sorry.
And unless there's any point. All right, great. Next witness.
Brian Butler.
Stand in front. Which one in the front of us?
Yes, sir.
All right, see there. You would be back the first in my house and you're teaching people about my little doctor. That chair was manufactured, I think, like 1910, so all of us were a lot smaller back then. Well, our ancestors were the same. All right, name card.
Could you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Officer Brian Butler.
Are you currently employed?
Yes, sir.
Where at?
Hillsborough Police Department.
And how long have you been employed in law enforcement?
Approximately 14 years.
And what are your primary job responsibilities at the Hillsborough Police Department?
Road patrol.
As part of your job at the Hillsborough Police Department, do you also regularly work with Investigator Sanders on covert drug operations?
Yes, sir.
And taking you back to the time period in November of 2020, were you working with Investigator Sanders on drug operations around that time?
Yes, sir.
And during that time, were you introduced to Skylar South and Rebecca South?
Yes, sir.
Generally speaking, is there a process that Investigator Sanders and yourself follow with confidential informants prior to a drug transaction occurring?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that process, please?
Yes, sir. The CIs are searched, their vehicles are searched if they have a vehicle. They're provided audio and video recording device and cash for the narcotics.
And is there also a process that is followed after a drug transaction is completed?
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that process?
Once the transaction is over, the CIs are being searched. The CIs turn over the narcotics. The audio and video recording devices are collected and they are debriefed and recorded in an interview.
I'm going to take you back to November 6th of 2020. Were you requested to assist in a drug transaction on that date?
Yes, sir.
And who requested your assistance?
Investigator Randy Sanders.
And what was your role during the November 6th, 2020 transaction?
That was surveillance following the CIs.
And do you recall where that deal was arranged to take place at?
Yes, sir. 705 North High Street.
And were you aware of whose residence that is?
Yes, that's Christopher Hertzler's residence.
And while you were conducting surveillance on November 6th of 2020, did you observe Skylar South and Rebecca South at the house at 705 North High?
Yes, I observed them on the front porch.
And were you aware of who lived at 705 North High Street?
Yes, sir. It's Christopher Hertzler.
And do you see Christopher Hertzler in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
Could you please point to him?
He's right there.
Could you describe that shirt he has on?
He's wearing a white shirt, but I'm sure mostly.
Please let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant, Christopher Hertzler.
Sure.
Did you watch Hertzler's house the entire time that Skylar and Rebecca were inside on November 6th?
No, sir.
And why is that?
There was no place to sit, so I drove around in the area.
And were you monitoring what was occurring inside the residence during the November 6th deal?
Yes, sir, through an open audio surveillance line.
And can you describe who was in possession of the audio surveillance? Was it the CI?
Yes, the CIs had the audio surveillance.
And while you were conducting surveillance of the residence, did you see a vehicle pull in at some point?
Yes, sir.
What vehicle did you see pull in the driveway?
I saw a white Ford Taurus with a black draw cover, tinted windows, and a tinted license plate cover for the residence.
Were you able to tell who was driving that vehicle?
No, sir.
Why not?
Excuse me, also, push that just slightly back where we at. Yeah, there.
Could you just, one more time, why weren't you able to tell who was driving that vehicle?
Because of the tinted windows.
If I approach the witness, Your Honor, going to hand you what has been marked as State Exhibit 50 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
At the time of the November 6, 2020 deal, were you familiar with the vehicle depicted in State Exhibit 50?
Yes, sir.
And how were you familiar with that vehicle?
This was a vehicle used by West Howard on November 1st.
Council approach, Your Honor.
Okay. See your voice up on, please.
Yes, sir.
Alright, thank you.
Okay, officer, referring to State Exhibit 50, can you explain how you were familiar with that vehicle, please?
Yes, sir, this is a white Ford Taurus that West Howard was using on November 1st.
You're leaving last night, and you can
Yes,
say back.
On November 1st, in a previous deal that located at the Predator parking lot.
Now, referring to the November 6th deal at 705 North High, while you were monitoring that residence, did you become aware at some point that Skylar and Rebecca were leaving?
Yes, sir.
And how did you,
Sorry, sir.
can you explain how?
Yes, sir, it's through audio surveillance, I heard that they were leaving.
And what did you do next after Skylar and Rebecca left the house?
I followed them to the meeting location.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State Exhibit 2 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And how are you familiar with State Exhibit 2?
This was given to me by Skylar South after the conclusion of the November 6th deal.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State Exhibit 54 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It was a black protective mask also given to me by Skylar South and safety.
And was the November 6th deal recorded for both audio and video?
Yes, sir.
Going to hand you what has been marked as State Exhibit 65 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's a USB device that makes the audio and video surveillance footage recorders from that deal.
Where did that USB, where did that come from?
It came from digital evidence that came from the surveillance equipment we used to download digital evidence.
Also, you keep leaning out over
Yes, sir.
my back. I want to make sure you keep my house and you keep in.
Yes, sir.
Speak over this time if you got it. Keep voice up.
Yes, sir. The audio and video was downloaded from the surveillance equipment and downloaded into digital evidence from a USB device.
And are you familiar with who was on the audio and video recording that is contained on State Exhibit 65?
Yes, sir.
And who are we going to see and hear in that video?
That's going to be Christopher Hertzler, Skylar South, and Rebecca South.
And does State Exhibit 65 contain a true and accurate copy of the audio and video recording from the November 6, 2020 deal?
Yes, sir.
Officer Butler, did you again assist with a covert drug operation that occurred on November 9th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And where was that deal arranged to take place at?
It was arranged to take place at KFC parking lot in Hillsborough.
And what was your role during the November 9th, 2020 deal?
Surveillance observing the KFC parking lot.
And as that deal was being arranged, were you monitoring Skylar South's phone?
Yes, sir.
And who was he communicating with?
He was communicating with Christopher Hertzler.
And as you were monitoring Skylar's phone, were you relaying the information to Investigator Sanders.
Yes, sir.
Did you take photographs of the text messages between Skylar South and Chris Hertzer on November 9th, 2020?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 18 for identification purposes. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's our Christopher Hillsborough, Chris Hertzer's.
Keep your voice up on that.
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 19 for identification purposes. You recognize this?
Yes, that's more of the call records and messages from the same day. These are all messages.
And you has been marked as State's Exhibit 20. You recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
These are more messages from Christopher Hertzer to Skylar South.
We would check, there's been no, I guess I'll say foundation.
All right, Dave.
I'm going to jump back here to State's Exhibit 18. Is there a phone number at the top of that?
Yes, sir.
What is that number?
It's area code 740-825-9084.
And is there a name attached to that number?
Yes, sir. It's indicated as Chris from Hillsborough.
Why does it say Chris from Hillsborough?
At the time, the CI did not know his last name.
Judge, Your Honor, what the CI would have done.
Oh. Go ahead and what's been marked as State's Exhibit 21. You recognize this?
Yes, sir. That's outgoing calls from Chris from Hillsborough and Skylar South.
I'm going to now hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 22. You recognize this?
Yes, sir. This is text messages between Skylar South and Chris from Hillsborough.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 22, whose messages are in the blue?
The messages in blue are Skylar South's.
And then who's in the black with the red C next to it? Whose messages are those?
Chris from Hillsborough's messages are in black.
Now I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 23. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is more messages from Chris from Hillsborough and Skylar South text messages.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 23, who says, I'll probably have you meet me at KFC?
That would be Chris from Hillsborough that indicates that to Skylar South.
And what's been marked as State's Exhibit 24, do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's more messages between Chris from Hillsborough and Skylar South.
Now handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26, do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is more messages from Chris from Hillsborough to Skylar South.
And in looking at State's Exhibit 26, who says, I got it, I'm on my way?
That would be sent by Chris from Hillsborough.
And finally, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 27. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And looking at State's Exhibit 27, who says paper over 20 short?
That would also be Chris from Hillsborough that stated that to Skylar South.
And our State's Exhibits 18 through 24 and 26 through 27, true and accurate depictions of the messages on Skylar South's phone from November 9th of 2020.
Yes, sir.
Officer Butler, at some point prior to the November 9th deal at KFC occurring, were you in contact with Investigator Sanders regarding Christopher Hurston's whereabouts?
Yes, sir.
Could you elaborate on that, please?
I was monitoring Skylar South's phone as he was actively texting Christopher Goldberg back and forth, and I was on an open phone line with Investigator Sanders, letting him know what's transpired.
And specifically, what information did you relay to Investigator Sanders?
That he said, got it on the way, also that it was at KFC.
And who said that?
That would be Christopher Goldberg that said that under the text message.
And during the November 9th deal, how were you monitoring that? Where were you? What were you doing?
I followed Skylar South in KFC. I also had audio surveillance. I was monitoring.
And while you were monitoring the parking lot there at KFC, what did you observe?
I observed possibly identified Christopher Hurston driving a light-colored Mercury, driving westbound on State Route 50, heading toward KFC and on KFC.
Was anyone else in the vehicle with Mr. Hurston?
Not that I can see.
What did you do next after Hurston arrived at the KFC parking lot?
The deal was over shortly after. At that point, I was relayed from Investigator Sanders. I turned around and followed the CI leaving the Skylar South leaving the parking lot.
And where did you follow the CI to?
I followed the CI to EDF.
And what was the purpose of that?
Christopher Hillsborough indicated to the CI that it was $20 short of the deal.
I'm going to hand you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's the advice given to me by Skylar South in the KFC.
And was the November 9th deal at KFC, was that recorded for both audio and video?
Yes, sir.
And who was in possession of that recording device?
Skylar South.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is the audio and video surveillance transferred from the devices to the USB.
When you say transferred from the devices, can you elaborate on that?
Yes, the audio and video files from the deal, the devices were transferred to the USB.
And are you familiar with who was on the recording that is State's Exhibit 72?
Yes, that would be Christopher Hurston and Skylar South.
And does State's Exhibit 72 contain a true and accurate copy of the audio and video recording from the November 9th deal?
Yes, sir.
Officer Butler, did you again assist with an undercover drug transaction that occurred on November 16th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall where that deal was arranged to take place at?
That deal was set to take place at 705 North High Street.
And whose residence is that?
That would be Christopher Hurston's residence.
Did you provide Skylar South with cash and an audio and video recording device prior to that deal?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role during the November 16th deal?
I followed Skylar and Rebecca South to 705 North High Street. Once the deal was over, I followed them back and secured the narcotics from Skylar South.
During the deal, did you observe any vehicles in the driveway at 705 North High?
Yes, I observed the light colored Mercury Milan from the KFC deal in the driveway.
And during the November 16th deal, were you monitoring what was occurring inside the residence?
Yes, sir, through audio surveillance.
Did Skylar and Rebecca South eventually leave Herzler's house?
Yes, sir.
And did Investigator Sanders and yourself then meet up with Skylar and Rebecca?
Yes, sir.
What occurred at that point?
Once we met up with them, the narcotics were turned over to me by Skylar South. They were searched, and we debriefed them with the recorded interview.
I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 8. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir, that's the narcotics turned over to the Scout herself to me for the November 16th.
And was the November 16th deal recorded for both audio and video?
Yes, sir.
Going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 55. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's a USB that contains the audio and video files transferred from the audio and video surveillance equipment for the November 16th deal.
And are you familiar with who we're going to see and hear in that recording?
Yes, you're going to see Skylar South, Becca South, and Christopher Person.
The State's Exhibit 55 contained a true and accurate copy of the audio and video recording from the November 16, 2020 deal.
Yes, sir.
Officer Butler, did you again assist in an undercover drug transaction that occurred on November 1st of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And what was your role on that day?
Surveillance and following the CI.
And where did the November 1st, 2020 deal occur at?
In the Kroger parking lot.
And could you describe what you observed while you were conducting surveillance in the Kroger parking lot on November 1st?
Yes, I followed Rebecca South into the parking lot. And so after we arrived, I observed a white Ford Taurus pull up to Rebecca South's vehicle.
And after the Ford Taurus pulled up to Rebecca South's vehicle, what did Rebecca do?
Rebecca got out of her vehicle and got into the white Ford Taurus.
And after a period of time, did Rebecca then exit the white Ford Taurus?
Yes, sir.
What did you do after that?
I followed Rebecca to the meet location.
And what happened once you arrived at the meet location?
Rebecca turned over the narcotics. She was searched for the location.
I'm going to hand you, Officer Butler, what has been marked as State Exhibit 10 identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the narcotics turned over to me by Rebecca South from the November 1st deal.
Well, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 51 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. That has changed from the deal from the bottom line to Rebecca South
Changed from the deal on which date?
on November 1st.
And how much, what is the amount of change reflected in that photo?
There's $9 here.
Is State's Exhibit 51 a true and accurate depiction of the change that Rebecca turned over to you following the November 1st, 2020 deal?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 53 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir. This is a dollar bill. Rebecca South turned over to me also on November 1st with the narcotics.
Now I'm going to hand you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir. I believe that's the same dollar.
Same dollar that the South turned over you after the November 1st deal?
I believe so. Yes, sir. That's a photo of the same dollar bill.
So State's Exhibit 53 is a true and accurate depiction of the dollar bill that Rebecca turned over to you after the deal?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And was the November 1st, 2020 deal recorded for audio?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you, Officer Butler, what has been marked as State's Exhibit 62. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That is the audio files downloaded from the audio recording device given to me by Rebecca South and downloaded on this USB.
And are you familiar with who was on that recording?
Yes, sir. That would be Rebecca South and Wes Howard.
And does State's Exhibit 62 contain a true and accurate copy?
Yes, sir.
Does State's Exhibit 62 contain a true and accurate copy of the audio recording from the November 1st, 2020 deal?
Yes, sir, it does.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, take about 10 minutes break, we'll begin the cross-examination. So during the break, remember all the start before, it doesn't matter if anyone in the discussion first. 10 minutes, maybe a little longer.
Please rise.
Jason is representing, correct?
Yes, sir.
Alright, Ross, hold.
Officer Butler, a few questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Officer Butler, with the confidential informant, you set up as far as setting up the contract with them about how they were to operate?
I don't specifically do this.
Were you the one that searched?
I searched on a few occasions, sir.
And which occasions did you search this, I guess, Scholar South?
I searched Rebecca South on at the end of the November first deal. That was it. As far as persons.
As far as what I could.
As far as searching persons, that's the only search I.
As far as the search is concerned, it was you doing it, it wasn't a female officer, correct?
Yes.
Now, in all of these deals, you'd agree with me that you never physically saw Wesley Howe, correct?
I can repeat, sir.
In all of these deals, the 11-1, the 11-6, with the 11-9 and the 11-12, you never saw Mr. Howe, correct?
I wasn't there on 11-12.
So you weren't there on 11-12?
Yes, sir.
But you never saw Mr. Howe on any of the deals that you
No,
were
sir.
correct? You saw a white Taurus, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's move to the 1160. That was at, what you believe is Mr. Hertz's house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you observed the text messages between Mr. South and Mr. Hertz, correct?
Not on my deal, sir.
Not on that deal?
Observing them all of them, when I was doing the step by step as it was happening was November 9th.
What was your, where were you located on November 6th?
I was driving around in the area.
You were driving around the area, you couldn't stop there, correct?
Yes, sir.
You never saw Mr. Howell, correct?
No, sir.
You mentioned there was a picture that you were shown, it was a white Ford Taurus, correct?
Yes.
Had window tints?
Yes.
You weren't able to make out the license plate, correct?
It was really from the CI at the end of that deal.
Okay. You personally weren't able to?
Personally.
But you couldn't tell me that Mr. Howell was driving, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see where this vehicle went, correct?
I personally did not see where the vehicle was going by myself.
And on the recording for November 6th, there's no conversation about Mr. Howell, correct?
Not specifically.
I guess not specifically, there's no conversation about talking with Mr. Howell, correct?
Not specifically. Yes, sir.
No conversations about, let me talk with Wes about this?
I'm sorry, sir.
No conversations about, let's talk to Wes about this or anything of that way?
Yes.
In fact, he wasn't brought up at all. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
The conversations, with your testimony, conversations that occurred directly were dealing with Mr. Hertzler and the Rebecca Schuyler Center. Is that correct?
Yes.
There's no phone calls made to Mr. Howard during that?
I believe that there were some text messages and phone calls made.
Do you have copies of those?
They're in visual evidence. Yes.
Those were admitted, correct?
I'm sure, sir.
So moving into the November 9th, what was your position at that point? I believe it's called KSC.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So you were following Mr. South, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you've never observed anything involving Wesley Howe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Never observed a vehicle maybe associated with him?
Yes, sir.
Never observed him personally?
Yes, sir.
Never observed any sort of phone or text message conversation with Mr. Howard and Mr. Sutton. Never observed any phone or text conversations with Mr. Howard and Mr. Herzog, correct? One second. As far as the pictures of the money that was used in these transactions, none of this money was recovered, correct?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
As far as the drugs that were involved in this, you didn't observe any transactions in any of these video recordings, correct?
I don't believe so, no, sir.
You didn't see any drug come out of any vehicles that you were associated with this crime, correct?
On November 1st, sir.
Oh, besides the November 1st, you never observed any drugs come out of any vehicles, correct?
As far as associated, I mean, the house.
You observed drugs coming out of the vehicle?
No, also specifically.
Oh. As far as the November 1st, the items that were recovered, the dollar bill, as well as a few other things, were any of these tested for fingerprints?
No, sir.
Any of these tested for DNA?
No, sir.
Just 1 second. I have nothing further this time.
Yes, sir, Your Honor, thank you. Very much for this. I'm going to listen a little bit better. I'm fine, sir, thank you. Officer Butler, I know you're also a detective. John address you, officer or detective? All right. Detective Butler, again, I'm going to go case by case, allegation by allegation here. Concerning the November 6th, 2020 deal, there were paid informants involved in this case, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how much these individuals were paid per transaction?
I didn't handle that part.
You don't know. Do you know if they were paid an additional amount if, say, for example, a transaction was done in a school zone?
I don't believe so, first.
Okay. Do you know if they were paid extra if an alleged transaction occurred in the vicinity of a juvenile?
Not specifically. I don't pay the CIs. So.
I understand. If you don't know, I'll take that answer as well. Okay. Now, in looking at the discovery, it appears that on 11/6, you actually made a report. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And on that report, you put your badge number, 1216. Or is that just generic number?
That was my own badge number.
Okay. But your name appears on that, so you authored this report. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is an accurate report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And according to that report, you were working surveillance that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you were not present inside the home during the time in question at 1705?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you were driving around the High Street area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So who were the CIs on this day in question?
That would be Scholar South and Rebecca South.
Okay. And they had a audio and video recording?
Yes, sir.
Why do you fit them with an audio and video recording?
Because I can't go inside the house with it.
Okay. Is the audio used so you can hear the verbalization or communication between the parties?
Between us and the CIs, yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, your report indicates that on November 12th of 2020, you watched this video. Is that correct?
I believe I did, yes, sir.
Okay. And your report indicates that you observed the CI go into 705 North High Street. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in your report, I'm assuming that you detail important facts or information. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, for example, you said in your report, you identified Christopher Hertzler.
Yes.
And that's because you felt that was an important fact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, nowhere in your report do you indicate that you personally observed a transaction of methamphetamine for money. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, specifically, Detective Butler, in your report, you specifically state that after watching the video, you did not observe any juveniles in the video. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, I did.
And you noted that as you testified earlier because you felt that was an important fact, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, this was asked by Mr. Howard's attorney. There was reported money in this case, correct?
Yes.
You marked the serial numbers, take photos?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this, from the 11-6 transaction, the money was not recovered. Is that a fair statement?
My knowledge, no.
Okay. Now, you conduct an exit interview, correct?
Yes.
And is the purpose of the exit interview to get details about the transaction that occurred in 705 North High Street?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it correct that the only exit interview that was recorded in this case was that of Skylar South?
I believe that's accurate, sir.
Okay. Let's move on to the 9th, if you may, Detective Butler.
Yes, sir.
Now, again, it appears that you authored a report in that case as well.
Yes, sir.
11-9. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And again, this is an accurate report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, according to that report, you were surveillance, driving around the area.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the CI in this case alone was Skylar South, correct?
Yes.
Now, in watching the video and reading your report, there was another individual in the car with Skylar South at that time, correct?
Yes.
And who was that individual?
Objection, objection.
Approach.
Start again, Detective Butler, if I may. Skylar South was not the only individual on November 9, 2021.
No, sir.
Was there another individual involved in that alleged transaction?
Yes, sir. It was.
And if you know, sir, who was that?
I don't know his name, sir.
Okay. But a fair statement, I'm not trying to trip you up. As far as you're concerned, you can only testify there was another individual in the car.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Driving.
So he was driving. Okay, fair enough. And again, Detective Butler, I'm not trying to get tricky or ask redundant questions. When this alleged hand-to-hand transaction went down, you were not parked in the KFC parking lot, correct?
No, sir. I was driving eastbound.
Eastbound on 50, so you were headed towards Athens.
Yes, sir. I was driving.
Okay. So, per your report and per your testimony, you never saw the exchange of drugs from them.
No, sir.
Okay. And isn't it fair to state, and your report also indicates as such, that the video doesn't indicate or show an exchange of drugs for money?
No, sir.
Okay. And there was also marked bills or reported money in this case, correct?
Yes.
And as you did earlier when you looked at another deal, these have the serial numbers and they're photographed and all that good stuff, right? Okay. And these bills, allegedly $280 or $300, is it a fair statement these were not recovered as well?
To my knowledge, no, sir.
Okay. Now, just like the November 6th deal, your report indicates and you testified to, you also conduct an exit interview or an interview with the CI, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to state that your interview was conducted squarely and solely with Skylar South?
Yes, sir.
You did not interview the other individual in the car, correct?
I did not, sir.
Okay. if I may, Detective Butler, one last time. You were involved, sir, if I may, again, in the alleged transaction that occurred on November 16th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dance the same dance here with me again. You also authored a report in that case too, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. Again, 1216-year-old badge number. Okay. And again, this report outlines your involvement in this case. It is a true and accurate report, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now again, your duty on this case, according to your testimony in the report, was surveillance only. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, they're wearing audio and video equipment again?
Yes.
Okay. And within this case, you indicate that you observed a Kurt within the home. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. But is there also a fair statement that you do not indicate that you observed any juveniles in the home?
No, sir.
And you also had audio, correct?
Yes.
And nowhere within your report you indicate that you heard a juvenile within the home. Is that a fair statement?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, likewise, concerning these hand-to-hands transaction that you alleged, Detective Butler, nowhere within the report or your testimony here today is indicated that you observed the exchange of methamphetamines for money. Is that correct? Okay. So your only knowledge about what happened at 705 North High Street on November 16, 2020 would be an exit interview with Skylar South. Is that correct?
Yes.
One more question, Dan.
You're right.
Officer Butler, referring back to the November 6, 2020 deal, are you aware of whether there was any contact between Christopher Hertzler and Wesley Howard prior to that deal occurring?
Through the CIs, I believe they indicated.
Objection.
Okay.
As part of your investigation in this case, did you review phone records?
I observed the CI stuff at that time. I didn't observe records.
Staying on the November 6th deal, the vehicle that you saw pull in the driveway, why was that such a unique vehicle? Objection.
I never seen it. I haven't been in places like that. It was in a white roller. I haven't seen it like there's.
And you testified that on the November 6th deal, there was no specific reference to Wesley Howard. Is that correct?
Yes.
However, when that vehicle, when the tourist pulled in the driveway at that residence, was there a reference made to who was driving that vehicle? Was anything said?
I believe it's the person.
Objection. Not said by Christopher Hertzler.
Yes.
And regarding the November 9th deal, this KFC deal, what we've been calling it, this other individual that was with Skylar South, was he searched prior to that deal?
Yes.
Was he searched after that deal?
Yes.
Did that subject ever enter Christopher Hertzler's Mercury Milan during that deal, to your knowledge?
To my knowledge.
To your knowledge, was that person involved in the November 9th deal in any way at all? Now, in your reports that you write up, do you include every single minute detail?
No, sir.
What, do you try to keep, for confidentiality purposes, do you try to keep your reports vague as far as certain details?
Yes, sir. Confidential informants are referred to as CIs or CI's driver.
And why do you do that?
To protect their identity.
Thank
Alright, next witness.
MJ Baldwin.
Stand in front of the judge and face him, please.
You, sworn in the clerk office. Alright, that's your resolution. We'll pull that, order, that's about that microphone. The chief pulls up, grant you.
Please state your name for the record. And can you spell your first and last name? And do you go by a nickname? MJ. Mr. Baldwin, have you previously been convicted of a felony? And what is that? Do you know Investigator Randy Sanders and Investigator Chris Bowen? And how do you know them? Was that in 2020 and 2021? So you worked as a confidential informant? And during your work as a CI, I'm sorry, let's get back. During your work as a CI, did you get paid for what you were doing?
Yeah.
And prior to working with Investigators Sanders and Bowen, did you use illegal substances?
Yeah.
And prior to working with Investigator Sanders, did you buy illegal substances? Once you began working with Investigator Sanders, did you continue to use illegal substances? And based on your prior lifestyle, were you familiar with a lot of people that bought and sold illegal substances? In October of 20, did you advise Investigator Sanders that you could purchase methamphetamine from Steve Debo? And how did you set the deal up? Like,
You could say that I got things like that,
now, when you spoke with Stephen, did he tell you where he was getting the methamphetamine? And where did he tell you?
Objection.
Your Honor, who's going to testify next? Who's testifying next? Yes. He told you. And what was the purpose of setting up this first deal?
I told him, I'm working with, having this guy trying to buy it, and sell it, and money, we could,
So you made up a story. That's what you told him about Portsmouth as a law. And was Investigator Sanders aware that you were doing this? Now, prior to October 9, what happened? Not prior to, yeah. On October 9, 2020, when you met with Investigator Sanders, what happened prior to the actual deal?
I met with Randy Sanders, he searched me, got Carl, another cop, and he pretty much took over video, audio, all that, and that he gave me money,
Okay, let me stop you there. If I said Detective Larry McGarvey, would that be the person? So he drove you to the deal? And where did the deal take place? Is that here in Hillsborough? Now, when you arrived at 360 Johnson Street, tell me what happened.
me and Barbara with, police first went there, within the driveway, maybe 5 minutes or so. They pulled up behind us, like panicking, so he got out, drove, and we up, and I handed him money, but he needed scales. He said something about weight, and he said, I don't know how much scales, I think that's it. I turned around and looked, he said he didn't have them. So that's the first time.
When you say you turned around and looked at what? At that point, could you see the driver of the vehicle? And do you see the driver of the vehicle in the courtroom today? Can you please point him out to the court? Please let the record reflect the witnesses identify the defendant. Mr. Howard. And may I approach? I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State Exhibit 84 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
Yeah.
And how do you recognize that car? Is that the car that he was driving on October 9th? I have no further questions.
Thank you. Small, Brent Woman, I have a few questions for you. So you were a paid confidential informant, correct? That's okay. We're recording, so sometimes we can pick it up on the audio. And how much were you paid? Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. May we approach? Could he at least narrow it down? Could he at least narrow it down?
Okay, well, I show you now the date, maybe that, I'll say that, maybe more than that.
On this date that we're talking about, the October 2020, how much were you paid? I couldn't hear you. You see much? Did you remember how much you were paid?
Yeah.
And you were paid $100. The focus of this was to try to set up Mr. Howard in a drug transaction, correct?
Well, it was trying to set him up. I don't think he was
You'd agree with me that he was the focus of this transaction, correct?
Yeah.
But all the conversation went through a Steve Debo, correct? You never had any conversations with Mr. Howard, correct?
Why?
Yes. And correct me if I'm wrong, most of your actions you were just kind of in a ride-along capacity. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
So you were seated in the passenger seat?
Why?
Yes. And so all of the discussions about how much this amount of drugs would cost, all of this was all organized by Steve Debo, correct? In this conversation, leading up to this buy, there was no word about Wesley Howard, correct?
Yeah, Steve Williams was stuff.
Okay. Do you have any recordings or anything about that? Do you have any text messages to show that?
They might have.
Well, you don't, right? Now, when the transaction was occurring, where was this Jaguar?
Me, or Garvey's car.
You say behind McGarvey's car.
We got 360 Johnson Street.
Okay.
Driveway. They pulled me in behind behind us.
So you were able to see who was driving that Jaguar by looking back there?
Yeah.
And it's your testimony that it was Wesley Howard that was driving that Jaguar? It's your testimony that it was Wesley Howard that was driving that Jaguar?
Yeah.
Was there any discussions with Mr. Howard about any sort of drug transaction while he was there?
He hasn't done it.
How far was this, from where you're sitting, where the driver's seat of this Jaguar, how far is that away?
15, 20 feet.
15, 20 feet? So you were able 15, 20 feet away. You look behind you then? Because I'm just making sure I have this correct. So it's catty corner with the vehicle you're in, correct? So did you have to look through your vehicle to see it? Or?
Yeah, I'm around there and look.
You said you got a clean look, and that was Mr. Howard. Beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Yeah.
And the focus of your involvement on this was, based on your understanding, to get Wesley Howard involved in some sort of drug deal, correct?
You mean,
You had just testified earlier in cross-examination that he was the focus, that's what I'm saying, correct? Is that a yes? Just 1 second. I have nothing further, thank you.
Having crossed wire. You right?
One moment. No questions, Your Honor. Here we go.
All right. Thank you. Step down. Next witness.
Steve Devo. I didn't check. Which is the picture?
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Right there. Will you sworn in the clerk's office?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there, please. Right, pull that over, make sure you speak up in that line. Right, I don't think I'm over the line, right? Sorry.
Yes. Please state your name for the record.
Steve Devo,
And can you spell your first and last name, please?
SDEPHENDEVO.
And have you entered a plea of guilty to trafficking in methamphetamine?
That's correct.
And as part of your plea agreement, or as part of your plea of guilty, did you agree to give truthful testimony against your co-defendant in that case?
That's correct.
And who is your co-defendant in that case?
Wesley Howard.
And how long have you known Wesley?
Approximately 3 years.
Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point him out to the court? Please let the record reflect the witnesses identified defendant Howard.
Sure.
Now, taking you back to October 9th of 2020, do you recall if you were contacted by someone wanting to purchase methamphetamine?
Yes.
And who were you contacted by?
And MJ Gold.
And how much did he want to purchase from you?
He wanted to get a half ounce.
And when you were contacted, what did you do?
I contacted Wes.
When you say Wes, who are you referring to?
Wes Howard.
And why did you call Wesley Howard?
I didn't have access to anything like that.
So, when you say access to that, are you talking about how much?
Yes.
Okay. And when you made contact with Wesley Howard, what did you do?
Established a deal between myself and Wesley and MJ to have the half ounce.
And did you, what was the purpose of this first deal? Was there a plan in place?
Yeah, it was to get enforcers to be a long-term customer.
Are these, when you say enforcers,
Those were friends of MJ's.
Okay. From Portsmouth?
Yeah.
Okay. So on October 9th of 2020, did you drive to Holtfield Station? And was Wesley Howard there?
No.
Did he come to that location?
Over there.
And what was he driving when he got there?
He was in a Jaguar.
May I approach?
Right.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 109 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that? And what is that?
Jaguar.
And whose car do you know that to be?
That's how.
And State's Exhibit 110, do you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
Jaguar.
And whose car do you know that to be?
What's ours?
Is that the car that Mr. Howard was operating on October the 9th of 2020?
That's correct.
Now, once Howard arrived at Holtfield, tell me what happened next.
We spoke a bit, he got in his car, and we went over to Johnson Street to meet MJ.
Okay. And when you arrived at Johnson Street to meet MJ, what did you find there?
I found out I was told to meet one of the enforcers, MJ, in the driveway.
Okay. And what did you do?
I don't know.
When you got to the window, what was your purpose of going to the window?
To give the I got the best.
And when you did that, when you handed that to MJ, did they hand you anything?
Yes, they gave me.
And at some point, when you're standing there, is there a discussion about weight?
Yeah, there was a question about whether or not they wanted it to be made.
Okay. And during that discussion, did you speak with the defendant, Howard, at that point?
I walked out to the car and asked him if he had a scale.
And what did he say?
No.
And so did you end up weighing it? Now, why didn't you just deliver it yourself? Why did you ride with Wesley Howard?
I wasn't privy to that much from Wes, plus I was kind of working on a little bit of a debt,
What'd you owe him debt for?
crack that I bought.
Now, after you hand MJ the substance and you take the money, what do you do next?
Sorry?
After you're at the car with MJ, the transaction takes place, what happens next?
I get back in the car and he go back to
You get back into which car?
the Jaguar.
With Wesley Howard? And you go back to Holtfield?
Yeah.
Once at Holtfield, what did you do?
I remember getting out of the car and we both kind of like mine into the stereos and we were checking out the stereo.
Who did you give the money to from that transaction on October the 9th? And who decided how much the methamphetamine was going to cost that day? Now, why did you contact Wesley to do this deal when MJ contacted you? And did you make MJ aware that Wesley Howard was providing the meth for this deal?
Yes, he was there.
And what did you get in exchange for doing this deal with Howard?
As far as from West,
Yes. Why would you do it then?
like I said, I owed him some money on a previous transaction that I had with him. And when I was trying to work all of that debt.
Can I approach the witness?
Right.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 122 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that?
That's my truck and West Jaguar.
And who's standing there at the back of the Jaguar?
Myself.
Now, during the time that you were dealing with Wesley Howard, have you known him to own several cars?
Yeah, I didn't say variety or.
And during the time you have been dealing with Wesley Howard, have you known him to have a job?
I've never known him to be employed.
In 2020, around the time that you were dealing with Wesley Howard, did you become familiar with Christopher Hertzler?
I'm not familiar with him, but I was there one time. That's the road to the west.
Where was that
Right aid.
at? Do you recall what Wesley was driving that day?
President Ford SHO.
And do you recall, I'm sorry, and And do you recall what vehicle Christopher Hertzler was driving that day?
Recall it being a teal Mercury something.
Do you see Christopher Hertzler in the courtroom today?
Yes, sir.
And can you point him out?
He's
And during that time that you were with Wesley Howard when that happened, did you get out of the vehicle or anything like that?
on that transaction.
Yes. And no further questions.
Thank you, Robert. Mr. Devo, you were, pled guilty to, your involvement in the events that occurred on October 20th, correct?
That's correct.
There's a plea agreement in that?
That's correct.
Part of your plea agreement is to provide testimony for the state, correct?
Correct.
And, what benefit do you get for providing testimony in the state?
I got 2 felonies, $10,000 fine, 3 years community.
So you get probation as a result of your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Now, it was, you were the direct contact between MJ and yourself, correct?
MJ contacted me.
Yes. And so you were the only one contacting MJ to your knowledge, correct?
That's correct.
You were the one to talk about the price.
I passed the price back and forth as they negotiated. Facilitated.
So you facilitated the deal, but there's no text message, phone conversation between MJ and Mr. Howard, correct? At least not to your knowledge. If you don't know, that's fine. So, as part of this deal, your understanding is this was recorded, correct?
I'm sorry.
As part of this drug transaction, this was recorded, correct?
Later found out.
Yeah, obviously you didn't know at the time. But at that, as you know now, that was recorded. You remember having a conversation about the weight, the price of the substance, correct? I believe it was a math, kind of a math snafu you were trying to figure out during the buy, correct?
Yeah.
It was like a math snafu. I believe you believe it should have cost a certain amount. Is that correct? Do you remember that? Do you remember talking about price on the phone on the way up today?
I don't recall.
You don't recall saying, well, I'll do this for you for $675. Do you remember that?
I do recall.
But you do recall.
I recall that part, yeah.
And you said that you would do this, correct?
No, said, well, yeah, I guess what you say.
Okay. You didn't say that Wes Howard would do this, correct?
No.
You didn't say that, well, let me check with Wes or anyone else about this, correct?
I don't.
Now, as far as this transaction, it's your testimony that you just facilitated this, correct? You weren't involved in the gathering of any of these substances? Yes. And that even though you were the one that was on the phone negotiating the deal, that it was actually Mr. Howard, correct?
That's right.
And you provided this testimony after you were charged, obviously, with crimes, correct?
That's correct.
And it was your testimony implicating Mr. Howard is why you got this deal for you, correct?
Objection.
So your testimony here today is what implicating Mr. Howard is what got you your probation. Is that fair to say?
No, I think my probation falls in line with
Okay. So you're saying you testified here, you're not getting any benefit?
Like I have. Like I have.
As far as Mr. Howard having a job, you said you don't remember him having an actual 9 to 5 job, correct? You do know he works on cars, correct?
I know.
You don't know anything about his vehicle being salvage vehicles?
I don't.
That was never discussed. One second. Thank you, Your Honor. That's the question. Jeremy, we approve.
Right.
Can I concur with what y'all were saying?
Yes,
There are no questions.
Mr. Diva, were you promised anything for your testimony today? And the trafficking offense that you pled to, was that your first offense? Did you understand that it was up to the judge to pass sentence on you? And were you told what to say here today? And has anyone told you how to testify? Have you testified truthfully today?
That's my honor.
Thank you.
All right. Next witness.
Sergeant Detective Vincent Antonor.
Were you sworn in the clerk's office?
I was, Your Honor.
Please state your name for the record.
I am Detective Sergeant Vincent Antonor of Harlan County Sheriff's Office.
And you're currently employed at the sheriff's office?
Okay.
And how long have you been employed there?
I started there in 2011.
What are your job responsibilities at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I supervise the detective.
Now, as part of your job responsibilities, you also assist the Highland County Task Force with drug investigations. On October 9th of 2020, did you assist the Highland County Task Force with surveillance during a drug buy?
I did.
Who were you with that day?
Detective Sergeant Harry.
And were you parked or were you driving around?
During this particular operation, we were both parking and driving.
Okay. And were you looking for a specific vehicle?
Right.
What kind of vehicle were you looking for?
It was a tannish colored Jaguar.
Your Honor, we have lost the record. Okay. On the record, Your Honor.
Right, go back and ask that last question here.
Back to October 9th of 2020, were you parked or driving a Ram? And were you looking for a specific vehicle? And what vehicle were you looking for? And did you find the vehicle?
Yeah.
Did you follow the vehicle? May I approach?
Right.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked as State's Exhibit 109 for identification purposes. You recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is specifically the Jaguar that I followed during the operation was.
And where did you follow the vehicle to?
So I first picked the vehicle up at a local fuel station on Southeast Street in the city of Hillsborough. We went to the intersection of Southeast and East Main, out of the city, and Route 50 out towards Rockport Place. The vehicle took a right onto Hillsborough.
Okay, so let's back up. You said a local fueling station. It's been discussed that it was Whole Fuel. Is that where you picked it up at?
Correct. Coming out of the rear.
Southeast Street, which is also 247?
Correct.
Okay. And then you get behind it where?
Right there on the starting of the 5-way light.
Okay. And then you follow it to where?
The intersection of Southeast and East Main.
Which would be like 50.
Correct.
So, and then where'd you go from there? Which way?
Eastbound towards Rockport.
Okay. On 50?
Correct.
Why didn't you perform a traffic stop with the Jaguar?
This was a long-term operation to make a benefit and everything. To stop the vehicle at the time would have run an entire operation.
And then for the questions.
This long-term drug operation, this was all centered around Mr. Allen, correct? I don't know, that would be accurate. But you knew you were looking for a tan Jaguar, correct? Correct. So your job was just to follow this tan Jaguar wherever it went. I would say it was my other job. That's fine. Right. And you didn't observe anyone getting in and out of it, correct?
Nothing wrong. Next witness?
No, I have no regret.
You have no regret?
Yeah.
Next witness?
Your Honor, we need 5 minutes.
That's been about an hour since that break, so we're going to take a break for take 15 minutes, come back 3:30, and then we'll probably have this probably last a little bit on the witness report.
He's really not a long witness, not super long, but the ones that are left are very long.
Okay. Let's see how it goes. We'll decide. We'll be wrapping up on it.
Please rise.
They go ahead and go. I have a technical issue up here with my hearing. record, State versus Howard Hartford, on the state's case, change witness.
And Sergeant J.D.
Were you appointed for the call?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Cool.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Sergeant J.D.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
Where are you employed?
Greenville Police Department.
How long have you been employed at the police department?
Approximately 3.5 years.
What are your job responsibilities there?
I'm a supervisor of my patrol and dispatch to my shift. I also respond to calls of service, proactive control, assist EMS, and neighborhood jurisdiction.
You also have K-9.
Yes.
As part of your job responsibilities, have you been assigned to assist the Highland County Task Force with investigations?
Yes.
And what do you do in assisting the task force?
I assist in surveillance, narcotics, search warrants, as well as drug eradication.
They call you to bring your dog?
Yeah, a lot of the times, yes.
On September 14th of 21, were you asked to assist the task force with a search warrant?
Yes.
Do you recall where that search warrant was?
That was the 7221 Woodland Trail.
Is that in Highland County?
Yes.
When you arrived there that day, can you briefly just tell us what happened when you first arrived?
When we first arrived, Investigator Bowen and Sanders went to the front, Investigator Bowen went to the back, as well as the Highland County detectives. I went to the rear with Investigator Bowen. Investigators announced themselves for a good amount of time, and no one answered.
When no one answered, what did you do next?
After no one answered, we attempted to kick the front and rear doors in, and due to the destruction of the residence, we were unable to. I then located the air conditioning from the rear of the residence, closed the kitchen window, removed the air conditioning, and busted out the window and entered through that window.
How long did you wait to enter before you took out the air conditioning unit and climbed in?
Over 10 minutes.
Now, upon entering the home, can you tell us what you first saw and what you did?
As I entered the residence, I could see through the bedroom. I saw two individuals laying in a bed. I was not sure if any other units could get into the window, so I unlocked the rear of the window, or the rear door, right off the window that I came through. As I did that, I observed Investigator Bowen coming in behind me, going into the bedroom. After I unlocked the door, I then went in behind Bowen and assisted in detaining everyone on the bed, and as well as Wesley in the bathroom.
Okay, you say Wesley in the bathroom.
Yes.
Can you tell us what the person you're referring to is wearing?
He's wearing a black shirt.
And is that who you know to be Wesley Howard?
Yes.
And where was he at in the house?
He was in the bathroom, off of the bedroom, that same person there, also.
Okay, so you saw Sam Kirshner and Derek Osborne in the bedroom?
Yes.
I'm going to hand you what's previously been marked. It states Exhibit 66 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the rear window I went through.
Next, going to hand you what's previously been marked as states Exhibit 71 for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is also the rear window I went through the kitchen.
And are states Exhibit 66 and 71 true and accurate depictions of the windows as they appeared that day?
Absolutely.
And what did you do after you entered the home, unlocked the door? What did you do next? What was your goal?
After I entered, I unlocked that door, assisted Investigator Bowen going through that bedroom. I assisted in detaining all the individuals inside the home. After those three were initially detained, I then assisted in going through and clearing the residence. After clearing the residence, I observed I had a large laceration on the right side of my forearm. Now, profusely, I then exited the residence to get medical treatment for that.
Okay, I'm going to ask two follow-up questions to that. When you say clearing the residence, what do you mean?
I went through the residence just to make sure there's no other individuals located inside the residence.
Okay. And you said you had a large laceration on your arm?
Yes.
What was that from?
When I entered the window, the glass of the window cut my forearm.
I have no further questions.
Ross?
Sergeant Betty, you weren't in the residence for a very extended period of time during the last retro, correct?
What do you mean by extended?
How long were you in there?
I would say well over 5 minutes
About
before I exited.
So after 5 minutes, you know, you're leaving.
Correct.
Now, you cleared the house, went through that kitchen window that was shown to you. Said Wesley Howard was in the bathroom, correct?
Correct.
Did he mention to you that he had COVID?
No.
Did he talk to you at all?
No.
As far as your contact with the house, did you recover any drugs?
No.
Did you recover anything as far as baggies, anything that tested positive?
No, I collected nothing from the residents.
I think I have no further questions.
Yeah, Mr. Person. Sorry. You agree?
Just one question just to clear up. You said you collected no evidence. Did you actually take part in attempting to do that? Was that part of your job that day?
In that day, no.
Okay. So you didn't even look.
Oh, I mean, I assisted when I came back when they were collecting the evidence. I was there just in case I saw something in plain view. But in that part, they can actually photograph me collecting the evidence whatsoever.
Okay, that wasn't your job that day.
No.
No further questions.
Okay. All right. Afterwards.
Judge Winthrop.
Ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, good news, bad news. Bad news, good news is, yes, for you, is that, the state, doesn't have a witness bill for today, but it's all out, emergency, so, we're gonna stop early, about 3:40. However, once you get tomorrow at 8 o'clock, so we can start the trial at 8:15. So that, absolutely, you know, rears in the seat, we're just here, all equipped, ready to go. 8:15, so it's gonna be here, you know, if you're a couple minutes late, it's okay, shoot for 8 o'clock, we'll literally 15, we'll have everybody in for it, ready to go, and finish it, by tomorrow afternoon, probably later today. But so it's looking more likely where the case will probably flow over into Wednesday morning at least. But, yeah, we'll just have to work that later. Maybe be surprised if they didn't early. This is David Booth further on this day. That's where we're at. Now, unless I'm correct, English, presenting you more figures. Now, we're in the break overnight. Remember, always try to move forward, not to discuss the matter with anyone, or to discuss in your presence, don't comment about it in any way on social media. Don't attempt to find out anything about the case. So sometimes when we hear something that we're not familiar with in a trial, we might be tempted to look it up. I mean, I find myself doing that all the time, watching programs, like reading an article, or search something. Don't do that until after the trial, because that would be improper to obtain information outside of the case. Don't talk with any of the parties involved, witnesses, discuss presence, and see the following.